Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
It's the crossover with Josh and John.
Hello, Matt.
Hello,
Matt.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
No, that's not for another 3 hours.
Yeah,
we gotta pick up.
you
It's
idiot.
with Josh and John's back.
Yeah, I like John's back.
He's back, but also it's just his back on the camera.
Baby got
Nice.
back.
Why are you over there, John?
He's standing up.
Because Matt's over here.
He's exploring
Matt
the
was
space.
talking like this during the whole break.
I like giving people room. I like giving people space.
It's good to see
I
you,
just
John.
have.
Problem
I
with
just.
space?
I'm just.
You know, we're seeing your back too. You're not criticizing your back.
What's up with your camera today, bro?
What camera?
You didn't have one exactly.
It was a mess today.
Yeah,
It was a mess.
What was a mess?
he
The
did. He was
camera's a mess
He
or
was
you're
on
a
the
mess?
studio cam.
I think I'm gonna just throw away this computer.
I
pretty
think
soon.
we need
it's
to
a
have a
computer.
meeting, a big station meeting.
No.
Get the bosses in. Let's have some conversations about all of our segments that we're doing and everything, the cameras and how they're set up. Your computer's not working?
It's just a pain in the butt. You know,
Yeah?
it's a PETA. I learned what that was.
Have you thought about going to NFM and getting a?
Dude, I'm already racked up on NFM right now.
Why not rack up a little bit more?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm racked where I want to be racked on NFM.
Rack him.
Rack 'em.
Clones, where do you come out on this? Rack him.
He calls NFM Rack City.
Rack City.
Nice. Stip says, I decided to stand on Friday, and I liked it better, too. John
like standing.
is right.
I like standing better than I
I
like
just like
sitting.
standing because it's easier to see you guys when there's two of you.
That's true.
Also, when I'm wearing shorts, like, I don't know, my big thighs kind of like blend into the leather and it gets all pasty. You
Also,
know?
I'm going to be sitting down for the next 3.5 hours.
I gotta stand up a little
sitting.
bit, 10 toes down.
Mm.
What do you think about Nebraska getting 0 votes on the AP Top 25 poll?
Don't say that word.
Don't.
That is perverse. I can't believe you would do that. The kids are back in school.
What, the AP Top 25 poll?
God, no.
I
All
hate-
you had to do is add the word preseason. No, I've done it.
Mhm,
Oh,
mhm.
it's a terrible thing.
You've
Mhm.
had better bits. I'll say that. You've had
This
better.
isn't my bit. There is no bit. I was told by the universe AP preseason poll is the devil.
It's arbitrary. Nick, can we get an arbitrary?
Arbitrary.
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 And there it is.
Nice. By the way, I can't believe I still can't. I think about that sometimes.
What?
50 was the arbitrary number.
Arbitrary.
Out of
Yes.
all the numbers.
Of all the numbers.
Like,
50
it was
it
like
wasn't
the
48. It wasn't
Poll
37.
question: what's the least arbitrary number of all time? Because 50 is among the. It's on the Mount Rushmore
It
of
is
non-arbitrary
It's
numbers.
10, 50,
100.
100.
Yeah, and then maybe 1,000.
Okay, I was just going to ask,
One or 1,000, I would say.
what do we think is the Mount Rushmore of numbers?
Oh,
Oh,
7.
of just no? Yeah,
Seven's a
people-
good one.
people-
7's up there.
Six-
Why
69.
7?
Nice.
God
It's a
made
very-
69, definitely, but why 7?
It's a very
love-
common number.
people
It's
love
7 days a
seven.
It
week.
just
So
kind of
is
shows
8.
up everywhere.
8 is one
Hey,
better than
God-
7.
Yeah, but 8's arbitrary. John. Don't be ridiculous.
God made,
How can
you
two
know,
circles sitting
the
on top
earth.
of each other be arbitrary?
God made Earth in 7 days.
Bit
And Carmelo
derivative,
Anthony's
honestly.
turnaround jumper was absolutely
Yeah,
incredible.
but you know what else was?
Henceforth, 7 is on the Mount Rushmore
Do
of
you-
my numbers.
Yeah, but you know who else was number 7?
Scott Frost. Terrible. That
Yeah.
guy sucked.
So 420, 69, 7.
Steve says
We need
pi
one
is
more.
on the Mount Rushmore. 3.14.
I'm thinking about this
Blobbity
completely.
blob.
I'm completely thinking about this
Gobbledygook.
different. I was going to put 23 on the Mount Rushmore.
Oh, you were going.
That was the
total
original
sports.
plan by the guy who did
Whoa.
the Rushmore, was to do the Mount Rushmore of numbers,
Numbers.
and then realize if I do pi, I'm still going to be carving until I'm dead.
It's actually
Yeah.
easier to carve
An unlimited
Abe Lincoln
number.
space than it is to carve
Seven,
pi.
Exactly.
7, though, isn't sports. That's God. You know, that's for God. 7.
Why?
God made Earth in 7 days. It's a big
I
deal.
mean,
With
actually,
seven,
he rested on one of them, so he actually made it in 6.
That's
seven,
right.
7 days a week. There's 7 days in a week. It's a
Certified
very,
freak.
it's a very, you know.
Yeah, but there's 365 days in a year except for leap years.
Nice.
Yeah, but we're
There's
not. Are
12
we,
months
so
in a year.
would you put 365 on the Mount Rushmore of numbers? I think it's got a case. I probably wouldn't. But I would.
I
would.
think 24/7 365. I think that shows up enough. It has earned at
But
least
that
a
isn't.
conversation.
That isn't like a number.
That's a
That's
phrase.
That's
three
a,
numbers.
Yeah, that's
No,
a lot
but
of
that-
different numbers put together.
That's what I'm saying. It is a very common phrase, so it's used a ton.
Yeah. I think I'd go 3.14159264. Like that's pi.
Wow, that's pretty good. Good job by you.
Why do we
Like
think pi deserves to be on there, other than just
Popular
being
number,
a
Nick.
thing?
I mean, there's a whole day over it. How many numbers have whole days
Everything
surrounded?
has a day. It doesn't matter.
Well, there is Pi Day.
By the way, Odson says Stu out here. He's talking about Stu Popsicle, saying USA Today is using arbitrary.
Arbitrary.
So
Arbitrary.
I gave John the old quote tweet and was like, well, actually,
Well,
six-man football.
I mean, it's not arbitrary. They got it from the National Federation.
Yeah.
So
Not arbitrary.
blame them. I don't know.
Also, if they didn't do that for Nebraska, that means that they didn't do that stuff for all of the states.
Correct.
They were
But how
only
many
doing
states
a-
do 6 and 8 man football?
That's a good question.
I was gonna say something. I just completely popped out of my mind what I was gonna say.
So you decided to say that you forgot to say? That you were
Yeah,
gonna say
it'll
something?
come back to me, Nick. Don't worry. Don't you fret.
Baby, come back.
Come back.
I
Oh,
heard that
John,
song earlier.
what movie did you guys end up watching?
Oh, good question, Nick. You saw The Odyssey.
Mhm.
I knew
I
it.
just saw it yesterday.
Did you like it?
It was okay. It was good.
This is exactly what I said he would say on Friday.
right.
I said he's going to see The Odyssey, and we're going to say, "Did you like it?" And you were going to go, "Yeah, it was good." And then you
Well,
were,
it's not like the greatest thing I've ever seen.
yeah.
It was good though.
No, it's not.
I mean, for a long
Takes
movie, it
thunder.
keeps you.
I kind of agree with John a little bit more than I would agree with other people who
It
like.
didn't
loved
feel like
it.
a 3-hour movie.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, I thought it moved pretty fast.
When it was over,
It was
I wanted
fine, though.
more.
But it was fine.
It felt like a 3-hour movie.
Oh, did it?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it's because
I
you
will
have
admit,
TikTok
I was a
brain.
little sleepy.
TikTok brain.
It
Yeah.
felt like it felt like a
TikTok brain.
3-hour movie.
TikTok brain.
I mean,
Okay.
at the fifth time they were running back to the boat. I got it. All right, I get it.
It's
They're
The
on
Odyssey.
an Odyssey.
Yeah, they're on Odyssey.
That's worth.
Well, he didn't even want to go home.
They didn't even include the bag
They
of
did.
wind.
That guy did not want to go home.
He wasn't ready to go.
Mr. Odyssey.
He didn't want to go
Mr.
home.
Odyssey.
Odysseus.
He didn't want to go home.
Did it
He was
get
like,
rained out? Did other stuff get rained out, or did you get to have your races?
We
I was gonna
raced.
say the Odyssey did get
We
rained out.
raced.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
true. Yeah,
We
that's good.
raced.
We were worried. It was raining here every day last week.
Oh, it
Wake
yeah.
up and it's raining,
Are
and
there,
Banks is
ever,
pissed.
Other-
are there cup car guys or former cup car guys who race in your races that you go to?
literally the Cup guy won.
Who was the cup guy?
Kyle Larson.
Oh, that's what he was talking about when he was coming
Mr.
off the
Cup,
track from
yes.
Iowa. They're like, we got to get you to Knoxville.
Bingo.
That was where you were at.
That's where I
That's
was.
so sick, dude. That's so awesome.
It's his yearly thing.
That's well, I mean, they were talking on the radio because it did get rain, and they said on the radio it's raining, but they haven't called Knoxville yet. We can get you there. And so, wow.
No, we literally were waiting out the rain
Wow.
and going, hey, you know what? This race is almost over. They could get him here in time.
So
and they did.
was there like, is it every year? It's like it's one or the other if Kyle can make it? Like, does he
No,
go-
this is the first time in a long time that NASCAR had a race scheduled on the same night.
yeah. So
Because normally they race on Sundays.
what's the most notable? Is he the most notable cup car guy who's raced in one of those dirt track ones you went to? Like, did Jeff ever run in one, or did Jimmy
Jeff
ever?
Gordon, I think, ran in one, but this was before he was a star.
Okay.
Tony Stewart ran in one.
Tony. Yeah. What was Tony's nickname?
All right,
again?
that's enough.
Smoke.
Yeah,
Smoke.
smoke.
God,
I almost said Big
such-
Smoke, but that's GTA.
Such a good one. Good for you, John. See, I like it when people go on vacation. I'm a vacation supporter.
I like
me too.
vacation.
Yeah, vacation's
was
sweet.
Love
good.
supporting
I was fine
vacation.
with vacation.
There were many
Yeah.
conversations about my vacation in recent weeks. I've heard,
What? I didn't have
Just-
any conversation.
just people saying I was gone too long.
I think you were gone the
You
perfect amount.
That's what I think too. The perfect amount of vacation.
I'd
It just seemed long because I missed 2
Oh,
months.
so I should be gone right now.
Well, I mean,
get
you
out
only-
of here.
I
We
need
don't
to
want
do
you
the
here.
3 days. You only did the 3 days.
I need-
I was
you
gone.
only
I was
took-
gone for
Now,
10.
John
so.
also does miss a lot of time during basketball season.
He does.
Now, I don't know if those count as vacation days. But again, it's
gallivanting
all-
around Las Vegas.
It's a construct now. I don't know what anything means anymore, but
God,
he
put
ends up-
that on a graphic.
Stib says Josh vacation is trending again. Yeah, that doesn't happen anymore in the summer. I'm a sideline reporter now.
Wow.
Back up to you in the booth, John. Good times.
Great
Can
time.
you believe it's already been 2 months since a College World Series?
That's
Which means
incredible.
it's 10 months from next year's College World Series.
But it
Damn.
also means we're another day closer to the start of the college baseball season,
That
which I'm
is
very excited
such
for.
a bummer.
Oh my God. I can't believe you think about that stuff.
College
Yeah.
baseball, one
You
of
know,
my
I
favorite
look forward
sports. You
to
can't
the
believe I think
release
about it.
of the preseason poll in college baseball.
Oh, that's a good one.
Really?
Nebraska might get votes on that one.
Actually, they will.
They actually will.
They will get more votes in that one than they got in the football one.
They will
'Cause
get
they
votes in
had
the preseason basketball poll.
0. Oh, they'll be a top. Oh, we should put this on the list. Where will Nebraska and Creighton be in
Ooh.
the preseason top 25?
For college basketball?
Yeah.
I would think Nebraska will be
16.
23rd.
I think there'd
I'll
be
go
16.
18.
I'll go 23.
What about for the Blue
I'll go
Jays?
13
I say
for
Creighton
Nebraska.
will be receiving votes.
Yes, I will say they will be 36.
Yeah, I actually think they'll be like 30-ish.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. They'll be
Sounds about
very close.
36. I
They'll be
think that's a
very
very respectable. They had a good portal. They did exactly what they needed to do.
And
Their
they just
team
picked up
makes
another
sense.
guy last week.
Mhm. Brody
Brody
Robinson?
Did they ever put him down?
From Oakland.
Nice, Nick.
Thanks.
from
Brody.
Oakland, Michigan.
That's where the University of Oakland is from.
Yeah,
The basketball team.
Yeah. No.
Just want to make sure
I'm going to
people
be
knew.
standing in a wedding with a guy who played Oakland basketball with Jack Golke.
Poor Oakland. They lose everybody. They
Yeah,
lose the
he-
Raiders.
He went
Warriors. They
to.
lost the Warriors.
Athletics.
I think he went to Washington
The
the year
Athletics.
after, or something like that. He was a Husky. His name was Chris Conway.
Yeah.
That was my number one competition to be the best man in this wedding.
Chris Conway Twitty.
And
There was
did you beat him?
competition to be a best man.
It was
sound
like
like
I was like, it's me or Big Chris. That's what they call him. He's
This
like
sounds like
6'10".
really lame reality television.
No, I was just
Like
like
a competition to
No,
be a best
I was just
man.
like, if I'm not gonna be best,
mad.
he doesn't want to have a bachelor party. I was like, that's not fun.
Why?
He's a chill guy. You know,
You could still have parties.
we're gonna do something. I think I'm gonna buy a suite. We're gonna pitch in and get a suite for a Sox game because those are cheap. You know, 'cause like who's buying suites for Sox games?
Well,
You know.
at a Sox game, a suite is called a sell by yourself.
A suite is actually just in the lower bowl. That's a suite at the Sox game.
John, what do you think of this from Wes? At least Ty Simpson could be entertaining for you this weekend, John, unlike the Cubs against the Cardinals.
Tough.
Yeah, they sucked.
That was an annoying series, and that Josh Baz guy or whatever. Just
Yeah.
they put his
His
cleats.
Javi Baez is how it's pronounced.
No, it's not.
I get it.
It's not funny. It wasn't funny.
Oh, okay, my
I was
bad.
talking about the Cubs. That series is so frustrating. Big one tonight. This might be the biggest Cubs Sox series since 2008.
What happened in 2008?
They both made the playoffs that year.
Oh, weren't they? Not to bring up sad memories. The Cubs were awesome that year. And then was Manny on the Dodgers? Is that who you played, or the Diamondbacks?
We lost to
Yeah.
the Dodgers.
Okay.
Dodgers.
I remember because after the Red Sox won,
Diamondbacks were the year before.
I just was basically always rooting for the Cubs to win
They
the World
both
Series.
made the playoffs in 08.
Let's see. Yeah, you got swept.
Yeah, I went
Dodgers
to
won 7-2, 10-3, and 3-1. Yikes!
I was at the 3-1 game, or I was at one of the. I forget. I was very young. I was at that game though. It was one of my first games I went to. I sat in the Bartman
3-1 was
seats.
in Los Angeles.
I
Wait,
sat-
really?
I sat in the Bartman seats,
That's
Not
awesome.
the exact Bart,
but we were down the
but you were in
we were down the line.
you were
Yeah,
in the neighborhood.
we were in the neighborhood of the Bartman seats. That's where. I was at one of the home games.
Odson says, "Good joke, Josh. I thought about making it during middays. I thought the Javi Baez joke was funny. You weren't a fan of it?
I don't know. I wasn't really a big fan of Javi when he was on the Cubs.
Sean
I would
loved
get
Javi.
I would get very frustrated with him.
I mean, he was a frustrating guy,
He was, but
but he was also fun.
he was also at his best.
He was very fun.
Yeah,
But I was a KB guy.
fun.
That's made me more
Fun.
sad than anything.
Chris
watching
Bryant?
that
What
career
happens?
unfold.
Remember the smile on his face as he threw the ball to first?
Yep.
Like he got the ball and he was like, "We're about to win the World Series," and you could see it on his face. It was hilarious.
Yep.
And then what's his name? Rizzo, right? Put the ball in his back
Put the
pocket.
ball in his pocket.
What's so funny?
Is you talking about baseball?
I know what's
being
going
like,
on, man.
You know
Hey,
that guy? Like what's that guy's name?
that guy.
Hey,
Justin
start-
Verlander,
Start
right?
asking me about the 2001 World Series, and I'll never shut up. Man.
Young Kim, am I right, Josh?
Do we have the Tom Rizzo drop still, Nick? Is that anywhere? Tom Rizzo.
Tom Rizzo sounds like he owns a Ford dealership. You know,
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
yeah.
Tom Rizzo Ford.
This guy called in and wanted
We're
to
gonna
talk.
put you in a Fiesta. We're gonna put
I
you in
can
a
search for it,
Focus.
Josh.
We're
Yeah.
gonna put you in an Explorer.
He wanted
Tom
to talk
Rizzo
about
Ford.
Tom Izzo, but he called him Tom Rizzo, and the
Yeah.
way he said it was also R-I-Z-Z. Oh yeah, I guess that'll work too. Then.
You what did
Rizzo.
Manfred
Hit
said?
it, hit us with it, Nick.
You thrilled our fans.
Tom Rizzo.
Tom Rizzo.
Tom Rizzo.
What is that? That
Tom
sounds
Rizzo.
that sounds like an Alabama guy.
We did have an Alabama guy call us from time to time back in the
Oh, I
Tom
got.
Rizzo.
I have an
Tom
Alabama
Rizzo.
guy now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came on the show and I texted him after. I was like, appreciate it. And he's like,
Yeah.
He goes, I love talking football with people who love it, man. You need anything, you reach out to me. Roll Tide.
Did you
Who
see?
was our guy? He was the Georgia guy, right?
Oh, with the super thick accent.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yes.
he went for. I mean, he listed everybody on the three.
Yes, I can't remember one of the guys. John.
So did my guy. And he was like, this 5-star from Georgia, this 5-star from Louisiana.
You know
like,
why they do that in Georgia and Alabama?
Why?
Because it just means more.
It does. But he admitted, he goes, like Saban, he really didn't recruit all that well at the very end because
They
some
were
of
only
these guys,
top 3 recruiting.
they were
instead of
like,
top
well, he was like,
1
some of these
recruiting.
guys would get the Saban offer and they'd get the Bama bump, is what we call it down here, where, he offers a couple guys and they just get 4 stars because they're just Bama prospects.
By the way, they were outside the top 10 for the first time in the preseason since 2008.
This is incredible that we were talking about it early on Middays with Matt. It's like, if Bama fans need any counseling of how this is like
We
to
can tell 'em.
every year it's the first time in 25 years you haven't done something extraordinary.
Hit us up.
Talk to us.
402-951-1620.
You're slowly going through what we're going through.
By the way, 2
But
things
don't
on
worry, your sellout streak will last forever.
2 things on SEC guests, John. So first of all, I was listening to the Athletic Football Show a couple weekends ago. They've been doing these camp tours where they just check in with random beat writers, and I missed the name of the Falcons guy. And I'm like, this guy sounds familiar. And so I pull up the description, and it was Josh Kendall. Do you remember that guy? He used to cover South Carolina, so he covers the Falcons now. The other thing is, we used to have an Alabama guy on our show named Aaron Suttles, and now that guy's arrested. He's doing some bad things down there.
I heard you told me about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was he did, but Stibbs reached out to us. He's like, didn't we used to have this guy on as a regular?
Yes,
he
we
was
did.
He was our Alabama guy for the longest time.
was.
Tough look for the Stibbs era of the
Oh,
Grum.
that's right. Human trafficking.
Yeah, you tell him, Nick. You tell him.
Yikes. Not great.
I haven't booked somebody who did that.
Yes, you
Yet.
have not. You have not. You have
Yeah,
not done
You're
that.
right.
Dare to
I can't-
dream.
I can't guarantee
Dare to
this.
dream, Nick. Dare to
Maybe
dream.
Time.
honestly, Stibbs might put that as a feather in his cap.
Oh, nice.
He might spin
I
zone
booked
it.
a human trafficker.
Wow. And all I got was this zone t-shirt.
Did you see the zone golf towel, John?
No.
We have zone golf towels coming out.
It's incredible.
I want
They're-
one for my disc golf bag.
They're hot.
Yeah,
Really?
They're
Why-
nice.
Oh, yeah.
Why do you,
I assume
you
these
get a
are
little dirt on the disc and you
well,
rub it off?
These are
They'll
among
get
the
a-
things we're giving away. At the
Dirt. They'll get
yeah.
a moisture on it. You don't want a moist disc, otherwise it'll
Yeah.
slip out before it needs
Are we
to.
still
Moist disc.
still
That
have
sounds like a
room?
personal problem.
I'll
still have
ask.
room
It
in
is,
our
that's why I need a
tournament?
towel.
We're running
Yeah.
out.
Oh,
but
yeah. We got room, but not a lot of room.
I'm going to ask how many spots we have left.
We got a couple spots. Not a whole
Get
lot.
the 1620 the golf towel
Well,
as
Keenan
part of
says
your
our-
entry.
our
Do they absorb puke?
Matt can figure that out pretty quick.
our guys at
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna
two
say
and a half
no.
beers.
Yeah. our guys at T-Box Omaha, the sponsor of the event, they're putting in 2 teams. They even-
Oh,
yeah, they
awesome.
got a second team. So they're
A second team has hit the scramble?
yeah.
Awesome.
You guys get the show
Oh,
at
so
T-Box.
are they going to
We're going to
participate?
Phoenix.
Yeah.
No, but you did a show at
Oh,
the
we
T-Box.
did. Yes,
We
that
did
was
do a show
great.
at
That was one of the
We did.
best decisions I've ever made, was going to your remote at T-Box.
Yeah.
And then meeting those guys. And now I go there
A
like 3 days
handful-
a week.
A handful left.
A handful left.
Handful left.
A whole, what's a handful? Like 5?
That's
as
a
many as
handful.
you can fit in your hand.
So we got an email from Steve. John, I don't know if you understood this email, but let's see if we can figure it out together.
All right.
Hi, guys. There's a possibility I may be flying into Omaha on Thursday. Not a definite, but if I would come out to Miracle Hill on Friday, could I pay someone $100 to partake in the after party, etc.? Love to play, but haven't swung a club in 10 years or years. Like to meet everybody, yada, yada, yada. So does he want to just come to the after party?
I think he just wants to come to the after party.
I don't know how that's working. I can't tell you, Steve. Thank
You know what,
Steve.
Steve? You tell whoever's our gatekeeper.
Tell him Michael Severe sent you.
Whoever's our if we have a gatekeeper at this thing,
Yeah.
just
Oh, am I going to have to run the door? The young guys got to run the door.
probably
That's a great idea.
People walk up
Let
to the
Steve
Phoenix
in.
and go, "What brother do you know?"
just let Steve in.
What?
Okay.
All right,
what if
bro.
everybody
You think
just
you know John Bishop? Where's John Bishop from, bro? If he's your bro, you know his hometown.
What if everybody shows up though and says,
That's
I'm Tom or I'm Steve.
Well, I mean,
I'm Tom
No,
Rizzo.
I am Steve.
No,
it is-
I'm Steve.
I mean,
I'm
it is
Steve.
a business. I mean, they do have other customers.
Hmm.
You can't turn them all away.
We should ask for the people who want to come to the party but who aren't in the. How's that working? That actually is a great question.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll be there. I can't wait.
I'll
I
be
would
there
be
too.
happy to have Steve there.
Keenan says we're all Steve this blessed day. Seriously, there's never been so many Steves in one spot.
I'm
day.
Spartacus.
I'm Steve. No, I'm Steve. No, I'm Steve. No, I'm Steve.
I feel like
What?
haven't met like kids named Steve my age.
Whole question: do they still name him Steve?
There
Yeah.
was one time when I was a tiny baby child. I was watching Rugrats with my cousins, right?
Yeah.
And they named a snowman Steve. And I
Yeah.
said, that's so dumb. Why would you name a snowman Steve? That's such a dumb name. And my aunt got very mad at me because my little cousin's name is Steven.
No, tough.
But
look,
nobody has ever called him Steve ever.
See, I knew kids who were Stevens, but they were PH. They
Yeah,
were PH.
He's Steven with a PH.
He was, yeah, that's not the same.
It'd be
that's,
Steph.
that's a completely different
Yeah.
name. I just don't know too many young Steves, unfortunately. It's a good name. It's a strong name.
Steve's a great name.
Stephen McMaster. I might, for Steve, who wants to come to the Phoenix, I might name my kid one day Stephen.
There
Just for
I
are
thought you were naming your kid Opa or what's what
Groppy.
Groppy. That's right. You're naming him
Opa.
Groppy.
No, my grandfather is in
Groppy.
Saganaki at a Greek place. All right. He is a great man.
I think Groppy McMaster's a great name.
It is a
Dude.
good name.
My dad's the type of guy, when he went to a Greek place, he'd like get 3 Saganakis because he loved the fire. Like he just wanted as much fire as
I
possible.
don't even know what this is.
You don't know what Saganaki is?
No.
Saganaki is a Greek dish that is basically fried cheese. And they go ahead and it's on a hot skillet and there's oil there and they light it on fire. And when they light it on fire, the cheese, goes on fire and they go, Opa, and it's across like you know who's ordering Saganaki because you'll be like a light on fire and across the restaurant, you hear a guy go, Opa. You never done that before?
Stib says Matt does know that even PH Stevens go by Steve, LOL. There's no K in Michael, but I write Mike. You did know about that, right? That you can change the way the names are spelled.
There's no K in my name.
That's true.
There's no K
Yeah,
in
you should be spelled niche.
Yeah, that's a joke that my friend group has.
Oh,
They
really?
call me Nish.
Yeah, okay. That's
Wait,
a terrible
you're
joke.
NIC?
No,
Oh, what are you?
Nick. But
You're
there's no
saying
K in-
Nicholas.
my name is Nicholas. There's no
Oh.
K in Nicholas.
Yeah. So
You understand?
yeah, I'm putting that together.
Mhm.
So you don't have a K in your name. So I
No.
should change that on my phone.
No, he does. His name Nick.
My name
is
is Nick.
N-I-C-K
What
has a
on
K.
earth?
Nick is Nick.
We've confused
You okay?
McMaster.
No, there's
what I
no
go
K.
by.
There's no K in your name. Let me change your name.
McMaster's
NIC.
confused. Opa!
Opa! Opa! I'm always confused.
Here's some fried cheese.
There we go.
Oh.
Edit. You have 2 M's in Grim, right?
I do.
Yeah. Take that K out of there. Get it right.
No,
Nick
the
Grim. Niche Grim.
No,
Nice.
no,
You should add him, Nick,
Mm.
to your group chat.
What group chat?
The group chat. He just mentioned this.
What?
Are you listening to anything that's happening?
No,
right
I'm
now?
listening.
He said that he has a group chat where his friends make the joke that you just
Oh,
made.
except-
I just made it.
They
I
include the-
decline. Yeah, I decline. I
They
decline
wouldn't
the
like
invite.
Nick would have never invited you in the first place.
He doesn't invite me anywhere.
Bingo.
They include the H. You just did Nick with a C, which I actually take as an insult, honestly.
Sean
What a
Never
shame.
call me Nick with a C.
Sean says, "Okay, Matt, we gotta go. Got a guest coming
We
up.
actually do.
Yeah,
We
see you
actually
later,
do,
Matt.
yeah.
See you guys. I'm gonna
Great
go
to
have
talk to you.
sushi.
Hey, you know what? After the next 2 weeks, and then we're past this. And then,
Oh, is this actually happening? I'm getting played off right now.
Well, yeah, we gotta go. We have a
We should like
Another
have
guest.
some like music for like when we got to play McMaster off the crossover.
Just download the music they use at the Academy Awards. Isn't it the same thing every year?
I want that for my wedding. I want
Yeah, it might be. Yeah.
for our wedding. I want the speeches to be short, and I want to hire a piano guy that will just play people off if they're going too long. in
I
their
kind of like
speech.
this as our new tradition. When it's time to end it, Nick, you just start playing us off.
Yeah, just
Okay.
start playing me off. Just
So yeah, we need to find this.
we need to find it. We'll do that.
I could just
Or we just hire the orchestra.
Whoa,
No,
the show's
that-
over.
no,
yeah, I
that's-
don't think
No.
so. Pavlov
No,
music.
no,
Yeah.
we need, and
Yeah,
like
okay.
we need Nick to slowly build it up. Like you
Nick-
can hear it creeping in, and then
Yeah,
it just
yeah.
it progresses, and all of a sudden I can't hear anything.
Yeah, we need
Like,
to
oh,
find
it's
some
time to
like
go.
orchestral, you
Yeah.
know.
Well, I'm sure if you just YouTube,
Let's
Academy Awards playoff music.
Nick, you know what? Do we have the orchestral version of the Grum? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, yeah. Ian made us an orchestral version. He could play that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, I thought that was supposed to be our injury music.
Oh yeah, it was.
You're in like what when you stub your toe in the studio?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
We'll find it.
How many
Gotta
many
go.
BRORs are we doing together? I think just one,
I have
right?
No idea.
God, I can't wait for that BROR.
I have not.
Hey, real quick
Not
before you
really
go,
looked.
Fred King's coming back to Creighton.
Frederick King from
Fred King.
from Murray State.
From Murray
the
State.
very, yeah.
He's
It was
got
just
a fifth
reported
year.
by
That's-
Joe
whoa,
Tipton, who
that's
looks like
big.
the basketball version of what's his name?
Well, the reports were that Oswin got hurt in practice. So
That's what the report said.
that's what the report.
That's what the inside info says.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Good job. See ya.
Welcome back, Fred.
See you guys.
Bye, Matt.
When we come back, it's a new week.
Let's go.
It's a grump.
Alternate uniform takes.
Oh boy.
I
They were
didn't-
real, John.
I didn't even talk about that.
Yeah, we know you don't notice uniforms. I don't see color, says Matt McMaster.
That's not what I said.
Oh, my bad.
Is this the bad traits you got from your other radio father, Severe?
What?
I don't notice the uniform.
Dude, they can
even tell he's playing.
they can wear garbage bags. I wouldn't care. Like it's
Unreal.
so pointless.
Should care a little bit.
Some people think that they have been garbage the last few years.
Got him.
Not the jerseys.
I would never say that.
Probably the product more
Well,
accurately.
Well, now they look like
They look like how they play.
now the garbage fits. All right. 16-20 in the zone.
Hi, Josh.
K-O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh boy.
What's up, John?
Hi, John.
The sun is up.
It's nice. You know, you're gone, it's rainy, and then you bring your sunny disposition back to Omaha, and look what happened.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Glad we can all be back together in the same room.
It is nice. It makes a difference.
First time in a while. We've been able to say that.
It's true.
Now we're in for the long haul. The very long haul.
It's nice. It's the last Monday that we are starting the show where a real football game will not be at the end of the week until late January. Next week when we start our show, there will be football on Saturday in Ireland and in America.
Oh.
Your guy, Bill Belichick, against TCU. USC is playing somebody. Florida State is playing somebody. Yeah. NC State's playing Virginia, not in
I
Brazil.
wonder if I'll remember to watch those games.
You wouldn't forget, John. How could you forget after
I
we talk
might.
about them on the show?
I might.
We'll talk about them on the show.
You know?
On the
I've
show.
seen what Ireland can do to a football team.
Break them.
I don't like it.
I must break you.
I don't like it at all.
Remember
I mean,
last year, a father and son came apart.
Got in a fight.
Push you in the puddle.
A couple of years before
The
that.
head coach of that team that won Aer Lingus ended up going to Penn State.
That's true. He left. Even they fell apart last year.
Jeez.
The time Nebraska was there, a guy kicked it onside, and Pat Fitzgerald, it was his last win ever at Northwestern.
It was his last win ever.
And then he put on a goofy trophy helmet thing. Very, very strange.
He did.
Is that game cursed?
It's a great question, Nick.
I think it is.
Kenneth says, whose parents is John going to give an Irish accent this year?
Shove you in a puddle.
Put you in a puddle.
Well, we'll find out.
I can't wait. And
In
we'll
2
all
weeks'
watch
time.
together, John. 12
Well,
days time.
Maybe we'll see.
12 days time.
Grum down. Grum down. You better take care.
You can actually hear that on our news station,
Nice,
Country
Nick.
One.
No, it's not a country song. You can hear that, but I bet you
It
can
did
hear it
sound
on
country.
the
Yeah,
yeah.
you gave it a
Yeah,
bit
yeah.
of a twang.
I did,
You had a bit of a
but
twang to it.
no. Gordon Lightfoot
Little
is
wang in
property
it.
of 1180.
Mm.
He's not a country guy.
There could be some crossover.
Yeah, that's true. Everything crosses over these days. It's a post-scrimmage Monday. It might be the only post-scrimmage Monday.
Yeah, what's up with that, man? Only one scrimmage?
Hmm.
Has Nebraska football gone soft?
Rule set. Well, maybe it's because Rule says this Husker team is his best.
So they don't need to scrimmage anymore because they're so good.
Because they're really, really good.
Okay.
The blackout gimmick is back,
Oh,
folks.
see, he says it with a negative
Uh-huh.
connotation. That's right. This was the original gimmick versus bit. This is the OG.
There's no bit. Gimmick is a real word. and
It is a real word.
It means you do
And it
things
means
out
negative.
of the norm to try to get people excited.
Gimmicks aren't inherently negative. Josh.
That's right.
I think we need to, by the way, come to an agreement because when Shields or whoever released the photos Husker has
Shields.
recently, you were like, I don't know. We don't know if it's real or not. It's
I didn't know.
always real. If they have these dumb jerseys, it is always true. They always get access to it and they announce it well before they're supposed to.
Okay. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be here.
Oh, nice get Nick.
Thank you.
We do a regular gimmick called Michael Severe Monday.
No, don't call it a gimmick. There's no negative here, John.
Does Nebraska have a high school football crisis? Cream Puff Kurt's logic short circuit.
You short circuited there.
Yeah, I did. It's a weird sentence.
Yeah, well, you wrote it.
Yeah, you didn't have to make that sentence.
You could have made
I
it a little
didn't.
normal.
I didn't. Preseason FUF. That's abbreviation for fired up for football.
What has happened to you, John?
Nothing.
Has this vacation finally fixed your brain?
My brain is perfectly fine.
Yeah, because you went and wanted to watch preseason football, apparently.
The Odyssey made him want to watch preseason football.
And hide the women and kids because here it comes. The preseason AP Top 25.
God, it's so good to see
Oh
you.
my God. It's so awful. It's so horrible. Don't make me look. Oh no. I can't believe it. Now people are going to think Texas is good.
Actually,
This is terrible.
that'd be a little underrated here. 5 for Texas? A little underrated here.
How do
What
you
are we
feel about
gonna
Indiana?
do? Now everyone's
Underrated.
going to think
Yeah.
Georgia's good.
Yeah,
This is
a little
terrible.
overrated, I think, maybe
This
for
is the
Georgia.
worst thing ever.
You have to explain this bit. I think some people are probably a little confused by what you're doing right now.
There is no bit.
Oh, okay.
There
It's a
is no
gimmick?
bit.
Is it a gimmick?
There's no gimmick.
Mm.
I have been told by
No
many
thoughts,
people
by the
on many sides that the preseason poll is the devil.
Mm.
It's bad, just like divisions are the devil. Then what did we do? We got rid of the divisions. And then what happened? Chaos.
Are you saying we're going to get rid of the AP Top 25?
No.
Mm.
No.
Mustache Adam, what John just did is a gimmick. It's bad.
It's not a gimmick. It's
Mm.
real. People hate the preseason poll.
Get all those Husker opponents on the skidge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5.
No Illinois, though.
No Illinois.
No Illinois.
No Illinois.
Iowa's there. Washington's there. Indiana's there. And the top 2 teams are there as well. Ohio State and Oregon.
Yep.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
But Ohio State, a preseason number 1 for the 8th time in history, and the previous 7 times they did not win.
Let's go, baby. Downfall is on its way for the Ohio State Buckeyes. 9-3 for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Sicilian brings up a good point. It
What did
should
he
be
say?
6 Nebraska opponents on there, but they chickened out of Tennessee.
God, Nick, great reminder.
Yeah, well,
That's
that's all
too
right.
bad.
But North Dakota is preseason top 25 in the FCS.
Oh,
As we know, the universe is going to correct itself with the Bowling Green game. I'll leave that up to you to decide how.
Mm.
Oregon number 2. It's first time since 1997
That what?
that a conference has had 2 teams as number 1 and 2.
That's the year I was
Let me guess.
born.
1997. I believe.
Or 1987. Sorry, 1987.
Oh.
Before I was born.
Was it Nebraska and Oklahoma?
Let me tell you about the greatest conference of all time.
Remember
The Big Eight.
Remember the Skyriders tour. Remember Lawrence, Kansas. Nice.
It's still there.
yeah,
For
that's true.
Farm Aid.
I talked to somebody from Lawrence this weekend.
Congrats.
From Lawrence? Nice.
Yeah, he works for the Kansas Athletic Department. He was the stats guy for the Rams crew.
Nice.
He was telling me about the renovated stadium and how excited everybody is.
Georgia
Yeah,
is number 3.
overrated. That's way too
Notre
high.
Dame, number 4.
Yeah, I'd flip
That
them
would
at
have
least.
probably been my vote.
I would have gone Oregon
If
1,
I
Notre
were a
Dame
devil worshiper.
2. Wait, what would be your vote? This exact
Notre
top
Dame.
4?
No, Notre Dame.
Oh, Notre Dame, you're number 1? I'd have them number 2. I'd go Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas, Indiana, Ohio State. That would be my top 5. I don't know. Maybe Miami.
I'd put Ohio State ahead of Indiana.
Yeah.
Texas 5,
Boston.
Indiana 6, Miami 7, A&M 8,
Mm.
Old Miss.
Okay, there is the team. I don't want to step on any toes for future questions. Top team to fall out, a non-ranked team to get in the top 10. That's the answer for a team to fall out. Ole Miss. That's the pick.
Oklahoma 10.
That is also the pick. 2 of them this year. That'll be fun.
Yep, there you are. And
Awesome.
we mentioned the aforementioned teams. By the way, a couple of factoids and figures. First time in 18 years
Yeah.
that Alabama ranked outside the top 10 in the preseason poll.
Awesome.
Lowest since 2008 when they started
Awesome.
number 24.
Now, in fairness to them that year, they did go to the SEC championship game.
They sure
But
did.
this one is not doing that, John. This one is not going there. They are now they're in the coping stage. Alabama, I remember this time very well in my young life. No, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. It's Nebraska. That's what they're saying. No, we'll be fine. We're Oklahoma or we're Alabama. We'll fine.
Since Satan was born in 1950,
Nice.
11 teams that started preseason number 1 finished number 1. The last team to do it, Alabama.
In 2020?
2017.
Oh, wow. Okay. It does not happen very often.
Now, Alabama was not wire to wire.
Because that's only happened, once or twice ever?
2 teams.
Florida State, I believe, in 99.
Florida State 99, USC 2004. On wire to wire, meaning they never fell out of number 1.
That team was good.
Ever. Also, people.
Nebraska could have beaten Florida
State.
State.
Y'all just crapping on old Alabama. How about Clemson?
What about them?
Unranked.
Yeah.
For the first time since 2011.
Good job. The coaches, for some reason, put them in the top 25 like a bunch of idiots. Good job by the media.
And
Capital
yes,
T, capital
Nebraska
M.
did not get any votes. I looked this up.
Of course you did, hater.
From 1970 to 2002, Nebraska was ranked in all 33 AP preseason polls.
Often in the top 10.
That was the
Often in the top
streak.
5.
The streak was 1970 through the 2002 preseason poll. Would you like to guess? This is the 24th preseason poll since 2003.
Mm-hmm.
How many times has Nebraska been ranked in the AP preseason poll since 2000?
I saw your tweet, so I actually know the answer. Nick, how many times? It's a number that we used to say on the show a lot.
Maybe it's a number that's on the Mount Rushmore of numbers.
7.
No, 9.
That was my second guess.
Nice job.
9 in the last
times.
24.
9 times. Yeah. The last time they were ranked in the preseason, I guess probably 2 years ago, right? The Dillon team were they ranked in the preseason?
Ooh.
One of them was.
I know the
yes.
second Frost team was ranked in the preseason because everyone was over the moon excited for them, including yours truly, sadly.
I think a Dillon team was ranked in the
I think the
preseason.
2024
they were low,
team.
but they were ranked.
I'm pretty sure the 2024 Nebraska team was ranked in the preseason top 25. I'm pulling it up right now. Let's see. They were not. They did not get ranked until they beat Colorado. Then they were 23.
Oh.
Number 23. What about last year? Were they ranked last year in the top 25? No, they were not. Wow. So it hasn't happened since 2019. Yikes.
It was with Scott Frost.
It was with Scott Frost, Nick.
It's funny.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
33 seasons consecutively. And then Bo had them in 6 straight.
Yeah.
From
His only year
09
would
to
have
14.
Yeah, his only year would have been the first year that they were outside of the top 25.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
All right. Well, sad, but expected.
now this, of course,
Sad, but
means
expected.
that Nebraska is now eliminated from the national championship picture.
Mhm.
It's impossible.
because It is impossible for a team to be unranked and win the national title.
What is interesting to me is Nebraska.
Better be
didn't-
interesting.
Nebraska didn't receive any votes. There's usually 1 or 2 weirdos who always vote for Nebraska.
They got votes in the coaches poll for some reason. Yeah, so I figured they did.
Well,
get like
that's
one.
because it's the coaches.
That's true, and you don't have to show your votes in the coaches poll, whereas the
That's
media
right.
that you do see their votes.
Yes, you do.
Mhm.
And people pick them apart. They nitpick and they pick and they pick and they pick and they pick.
Yeah. Speaking of nitpicking, when I said my thing about the uniforms, Buff Scorpion,
Buff Scorpion.
our football season friend is back. He says best alternative uniforms we've ever had are dumb. Sure, Josh. These are not the best alternates they've had. The ones last year were way better. And we will discuss this a little bit later on.
Yes.
The jerseys are terrible.
Talking about the pink ones in Wisconsin
No, Nick, I wasn't talking
or
about those.
Minnesota.
It's not the blackout jersey. The blackouts they wore for USC were good because it was the normal uniform, but black. That's what I've always wanted. I don't like the Nebraska thing. Again, I don't want to step on my opinions for later.
You don't want to step on your opinion.
I hate them.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. Helmets are cool.
402-951-1620. That's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. It's also a text line, 402-951-1620. Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. You know, we haven't even done a poll about the uniform.
Oh man, Sean, are we okay?
No.
All right, we'll do that during the break.
We'll do it during the break so you can vote, like them or dislike them.
Mm-hmm.
At
Is that what
USC
we're doing?
1620.
Like or dislike, we're just going to go, I like them.
Yeah,
we're not going to
let's
do
just
any
do it.
mealy mouth.
Well, they're okay.
I
I,
love
like the helmets, but I don't like the jerseys.
Nope. Let's you either like them or you don't.
Okay.
You're either for them or against them.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there'll be some people saying, "Well, I don't like them, but the Huskers are wearing them, so I have to like them."
Only a
No,
Seth
you
deals
either
in
like them or you
absolute
don't like them.
Well, it's going to be tough when that's a day game in the whole night game situation. Put it on the list, John. Nebraska will not be playing at night on NBC that week. Put it on the list.
Well, yeah, because isn't that the Ohio State, Oregon game?
No, it's USC is hosting Ohio State.
Oh, USC. Okay.
So
well, yeah.
Can't be big noon
Well, maybe it'll be on BTN.
at night.
Sure.
Wow, that would be sad. The big blackout game is on
Wow,
BTN.
you got something against BTN?
No, I love BTN. I'm going to work for them, but I'm just saying, like, people would be like, sweet night game, BTN. You know, it'd be just a little sad.
I mean, as long as people have the channel, who cares what channel it's on?
People do. I don't know, John. You tell me. I like it.
I think
Especially
right
when they
now,
pay me.
I think they could put the game on the Oprah channel.
Mm,
As long as it's at night. Oh, it's a blackout game. It's got to be at night.
not this year.
Actually, it does because you wear those black uniforms in the middle of the day. You're going to burn up like they did in the second half against UCLA back in 2013.
And I'm pretty sure when they wore black uniforms against Northwestern in 2015, that was an 11 a.m. kickoff. So, you know, anything is possible.
They lose that one too?
They did.
They
That was the
did.
one where, was it Thorson?
Oh,
the slowest
yeah,
quarterback
the
ever had like a
slowest quarterback
60-yard
ever.
run down the sideline. What in the world?
That was the Dean Lowry game.
Mm-hmm.
Dean Lowry was like in Nebraska's backfield more than the Selman brothers were back in the day.
So what is it? Love them or hate them? That's what it is?
Yeah, or however you want to phrase
Love
it.
them. I love them. Okay.
You either like it or you dislike it. There's also the Equitable Bank zone inbox. At Equitable, they still take your banking personally, even though we let Josh do our remote.
Now, okay, did you know at the remote, Josh just walked up to the tank and he just kept pushing the button and making
That's
Doug
not
fall repeatedly?
true. That was
over and over?
That
I
was
can't believe you did that.
That was the kids.
Josh
Oh,
is
the
like, I'm going to make
kids.
you wet, old man Doug. And he just kept
Okay.
dunking him.
That's a weird sentence. I did not
Mm.
say that, Nick.
I thought it was weird when you said it too.
That is a weird sentence.
John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. You can send us your emails. Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first try.
Mm-hmm.
And when we come back, and I did not have on the Grum
Yeah,
down
what's up with that?
Steve Jones,
Let's go.
the voice of Penn State.
Nice
and
get, Nick.
Mitch Holtis.
Oh, I met him. I said hello to him.
Did you?
He was busy. He barely talked to me. He's like, oh, goodbye. I was like,
He's
okay,
sad.
see you
I
later.
bet he was sad.
Yeah.
Rams just bitch slapped the Chiefs all over the field.
Well, it was before the game, to be
Just
fair.
knocked them all.
To be fair to Mitch. By the way, poll question has been posted. I even attached fun little photos to each of the options.
Oh.
I love him is a photo of what's his name from the movie,
Uh-huh.
and I hate him is John with mayonnaise on his face. Go vote now.
Because I don't like mayonnaise.
Go vote now.
Go vote now. We'll be back and talk with Steve Jones. We'll talk about the Iowa State Nittany Lions coming up on 1620 The Zone.
countdown is on.
There's a blitz coming from Michigan State. Druckenmeier going deep. Man is wide open. And he's got it. And it's Devontae Ross for the touchdown. 75 yards through the air.
Second punt for Losu. Oh, it's a fake. And they're going to get it. Luke Reynolds taking off all the way inside the 30. Let's get tricky inside the red zone from the 13. Allen. Jump cut. Allen to the house. Catron pays it off. His second touchdown of the night. And what a senior night for both of these backs.
Oh, the ball's out. Penn State, they recover. Penn State going the other way. Amari Campbell in the open. And it's a touchdown for the Nittany Lions.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 drums.
This doesn't sound like the Iowa State fight song.
It's not, John.
Oh, well, I'm confused.
There are a lot of players from that team on this team.
There
though.
are. It's like Iowa State. It's like they pulled up Ames and they moved it.
Mhm.
Do they have any Casey's in Happy Valley?
Oh, great question.
That's when you know that Iowa State truly has taken over. And the Casey's general stores now start showing up in Happy Valley. But in all seriousness, folks, Penn State with former Iowa State coach Matt Campbell, now the new man with the Nittany Lions, but still the voice of your Penn State Nittany Lions, Steve Jones, kind enough to join us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Steve, good afternoon.
Sheets, Rudders, Wawa, no Casey's. All right, so.
Listen, you'd love the pizza. They're famous for their pizza.
Oh, no, I've been to Casey's. I mean, when you do what I do, we travel all over the country. Believe me, I've been to Iowa. I've been to Casey's.
Yes.
The whole thing. I'm just telling you about the availability here. Casey's at the moment in Pennsylvania, gone.
Nothing. All right. So in all seriousness, how, we've had a few months now to digest this. Obviously, there's been a spring ball and the start of camp. Matt Campbell's arrival, how has the vibes been around the program and around Happy Valley?
Well, the vibe's been great because he's such a down-to-earth, natural guy to begin with. And he took great pains when he first got here, guys, to understand what is the Penn State tradition, what has made Penn State great for decades. And he wanted to understand that. So he brought the Letterman back, and he did it by eras in the spring. 5 straight weekends bringing in eras to sit down with his current players, because we have such a mix of people here. They may not know, the national championship years, the undefeated years, the Big Ten championship years, things like that. And what made those teams tick and why Penn State was special to them in their era. And then on Saturday morning before the team meeting, they'd take 3 or 4 of those players from that particular era, and I would sit down with them at the team meeting and do just a Q&A with them. That way, everybody got a handle on, as they sat there as now players. All right, well, it's not just following the coach from Iowa State, from Ames to State College. What makes Penn State the way it is? Why does Penn State have a 110,000 seat stadium? Why does Penn State have national titles? Why does Penn State have Big Ten titles? Why has Penn State had so many undefeated seasons during the course of time? That's what he wanted to impart to them, while also a learning curve for him. Plus, it allowed the Letterman to feel like they were an important part of the program moving forward. I mean, it's gestures like that where you're trying to build something and build that overused word culture, right? Well, he was trying to whatever he thinks what a culture should look like and ingrain it with what the Penn State culture has been.
So, Steve, has that made the transition, especially when you bring in so many guys that were with you at your last stop? You can understand where in a dynamic, you got a lot of returning guys who are faced with this new administration, and then the new administration brings in all of these new faces. I assume the blending process then has probably also gone fairly smooth.
To this point, yeah, it has. I mean, you'll really know if the blending process has been smooth when you're facing adversity in the game and you got to come up with something. Everybody comes together and does it.
Right.
But you can't. You can't get there until you at least do the first part. And they've done the first part of coming together where the name on the front is the same for everybody. And everybody's going through this. Everybody. Now, maybe to a lesser extent for some programs because they bring in fewer transfers. But I think the way the transfer portal is now, I really believe that we're in an era where I need a month into a season before I really know who's good and who isn't. Because you have to see who works together and who doesn't. And I've used a basketball example. Now, this is going to be in retrospect, so it's going to sound like really easy. But at the end of November last year, a month into the season, I was talking to the analyst I have on basketball, Dick Girardi, and I said, DJ, I said, God, Michigan looks great. I mean, like, they really play well together. Cadeau, Lendenborg, Mahdi, and you look at Morris Johnson. I said, man, I said, they just work together. I said, and then there's Indiana. I said, Indiana looks like they have 5 individuals out there playing. And Indiana was picked to be second in the Big Ten. And then Penn State played them in the month of December. And we were driving back to Indianapolis after the game. And I said, he looked at me and he said, I haven't changed my mind. Have you? I said, nope, there's 5 individuals out there. I said, in other words, they never blended. And you can see that after a month. And I think it's going to, that same thing in football. I think it's going to take us a month of football to see who is blending together because everybody has so many transfers now. And I think it's lent a level of unpredictability of who makes it work and who doesn't.
Well, Steve, if they're going to blend together, I imagine that Rocco Beck, the quarterback, a veteran in this space, of course, is going to be a big reason why. And his OC is in the fold as well from his Iowa State days. I'm curious as to what you have seen from him and what the expectation is. I think that's kind of what we're wondering about all these Iowa State guys as they go from Big 12 to Big 10. But what in particular with him, what have you seen so far and what do you think is going to happen this season?
Yeah, I'll take that in 2 parts. We'll start with Rocco, and then I'll get to the other guys. Rocco Beck has always been the guy that when I watched an Iowa State game, he was always the guy that you knew right away, and you thought he was their best chance to win. Well, now I've get to see him on an everyday basis. I can see why. He is, in his own quiet way, a very charismatic guy and a very charismatic leader. He's kind of like the Pied Piper of the group. He throws a really good deep ball. I mean, he throws a really good deep ball, and he has a real command of this offense. And if Penn State has success this year, a lot of it's going to be because they have a veteran quarterback with 39 starts under his belt that has made big plays in big games. As for the Iowa State guys that came over, a big word that is so important in every industry, right? And you guys are sitting there, you work together all the time. And when you guys work together, like in any industry, the valuable word is trust. You two trust each other as to how you work together. You trust your producers about the ability to work with them. It's not going to be perfect, but there's that inherent trust that you have. He brought over 24 players from Iowa State because those are the players he trusted that he's not going to play in the Big Ten. And that, now we're going to find out if he's right about it. I mean, we're all going to find out all at once whether he's right about that. But those are the guys that he trusted that he thought could make the transition into this conference and help Penn State win, that then could blend in with the Penn State players that have already gone through it before.
Talking with Steve Jones, the voice of the Nittany Lions, is Penn State is our team in 25 teams and 25 grums. Last year, of course, Penn State had that great 1-2 punch at running back, Katron Allen and Nick Singleton. Now those guys are gone, but again, another one of the Iowa State guys, Carson Hansen, comes over. How does the running game shape up this year?
It'll start with the offensive line because I think the offensive line, I think the first 5 guys they have a chance to be really good. Malachi Goodman, Anthony Donko, Cooper Cousins, Trevor Burr, and the center Brock Riker. And 3 of them are holdovers from Penn State that stayed. Hansen is a really good all-around back, and he's got really good speed. When he was recruited out of Minnesota, a lot of people thought he would be a safety until Matt got a hold of his speed times. When they got the speed times, he said he's a running back, and he can catch the ball out of the backfield. James Peoples came in from Ohio State. When I looked at him on tape last year to get ready for the Penn State-Ohio State game, he kind of gave me a little like a J.K. Dobbins feeling. But now after seeing him on an everyday basis, he's got more jump and a lot more wiggle and cut in there than I realized that he had at Ohio State. And he's had a great camp to this point. Quentin Martin is a guy who, when he finally got his opportunity in the Pinstripe Bowl, ran for 101 yards against Clemson in the snow and cold at the Yankee Stadium. So I think the running game actually is in pretty good shape, and then it sets up the play action game for Rocco and the wide receivers.
Steve, speaking of the wide receivers, we can talk about them broadly, but I did want to dial in on a Nebraska product, and that's a Marion Jackson, a Millard South grad. I know that Matt Campbell had some really good things to say about him in spring ball. What is the expectation for him in his true freshman season, and what do you think about that group overall?
Jackson's playing. It was interesting when they brought him in. They were going to play the first half of the spring with him at wide receiver and the second half of the spring at safety. Well, he did so well at wide receiver, they're like, I don't think we're going to try out at safety here. Okay. And he has had a really good, productive preseason. He's going to play, no question. And also the fact that he has safety skills, that means he could be potentially productive on special teams for them because he has tackling ability. Kobe Howard is a guy that's a holdover from last year. He's made great steps forward. He's only a sophomore this year. Eskilsing is a guy that can take the top off, and I think has been having a really good preseason. Chase Sowell is a guy that needs consistency. When he is on, Sowell makes plays. But with him over his career, it's a question of whether he's been able to string a bunch of plays together and sometimes string a bunch of games together. Well, he's been able to string practices together in the preseason that I think everybody has very high hopes for what he can do. Zay Robinson's another guy that they're taking a long look at that wide receiver spot with this team. And I think that they feel pretty good that they've had an upgrade there because of the guys they brought in.
Steve, obviously a player that has a lot of interest around here, who is a native Nebraskan, who went to Iowa State, now is over there, Ben Bramer at tight end, who, Penn State's been really good at tight ends. They probably don't get as much love from that as Iowa does as a program, but still Penn State has had a good reputation of turning out good tight ends. I just heard you oohing and ahhing there about Ben Bramer. What's the potential here?
Yeah, look, Bramer's a big-time player. I mean, look, that's a 6'7" target out there that can move. He can block. And then, look, he's the kind of player that, if you're Rocco Becht, you're throwing the ball to him. You can put the ball in a spot, and he's the only guy that can get it. And that's I've been so impressed watching him. I'd heard good things about him, but then when you see him in person, you realize this guy is a quality player. And I've been fortunate, as you guys mentioned, to see a lot of really good NFL-level tight ends come through here. And he is really good. In that room with Bramer, Andrew Rapplier, who was no question the best of the holdovers, they really wanted Rapplier to stay, and he did. And Rapplier has been really good. And then Gabe Burkle. Burkle won't be ready probably to start the season because he's coming off an injury at the end of last season. But that tight end room should be really good. And it doesn't hurt when the offensive coordinator is also your tight end coach.
Steve, other side of the ball, Tony Rojas, speaking of guys who got injured, he got injured in the Oregon game. That was the last time we saw him last year. So it's been, almost a full calendar year. But it sounds like the comeback has been pretty strong after missing spring ball. What's to know about his level of health and how he can kind of recapture the level of play that he was able to reach in his early career at Penn State?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the scrimmage on Saturday really helped him because that's the first time he's been out there and played since the Oregon game, because he got hurt on the Tuesday after the Oregon game is when it happened. It was in practice. And look, so he hasn't played a game in, 10 months, not 11 months. He hasn't played a game in almost 11 months. So getting out and scrimmaging the other day was really big for him. And he's had an excellent camp because he knows how to play. He's been able to regain his speed and quickness. He worked really hard to do it because speed and quickness is a part of his game. If you're watching the SMU playoff game and he ran that interception back 56 yards for a touchdown, you saw all the running back skills with him. And he and Cooper Ebel are probably, if they go with a 2 linebacker set, say they're going to go with a nickel on a 3rd down and whatever, Ebel and Rojas will be the 2 linebackers out there because they're probably the top 2 3-down linebackers that they have.
Biggest question, Steve, would be on the defensive line. Obviously, you lose a guy like Dennis Sutton and you lose Durant. They're both in the pros now. That the biggest question on the defense?
Yeah, let's see what kind of pressure they can get with Max Granville. Granville being back helps. Granville missed all of last season because he hurt his knee in the offseason a year ago. And when Abdul Carter got hurt against Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl in the quarterfinal game, Granville stepped in and played really well. But then he hasn't played a game since. He played some of the Orange Bowl, but he hasn't played in a game. He hasn't played in the game in a year and a half. He'll be important. Kamaju, they've got to get something more out of him because I thought as a freshman last year, he really flashed and showed some things. Ikena Eziago at the other defensive end spot, they think at a 4-man line as opposed to a 3-3-5 can excel. They got Alexander McPherson from Colorado to come in, and they took Caleb Bacon, and they've moved him from linebacker. I think this is in part because Rojas is there. They took him from linebacker, and they moved him to a defensive end because they're going to need to get pressure on quarterbacks on the outside. I think they'll be better inside against the run than they were the last couple of years. The question is going to be, can you get as much pressure off the edge? And only time's going to tell on that.
Steve, big picture question for me, and that's about the schedule, because around here, we have been looking at the Nebraska schedule with this negative tinge throughout much of the last, 9-10 months. Like, oh my gosh, all 3 of the playoff teams are on there. There's some good teams in the middle class of the Big Ten, et cetera, et cetera. It's, of course, a much different conversation about the Nittany Lions, given that it seems like a pretty solid runway. Is that something that they are even acknowledging, that this team is acknowledging? There's been a little talk about it around here, but more from the, hey, you come to the Big Ten, this is kind of what you want perspective. But for Penn State, it's being used as potential reasons to buy into them as a playoff team. I guess I'm just curious how much acknowledgement's happening from the program itself.
From the program, nothing. Zero. In other words, the job is to go out and win against Marshall. Then the next job is going to be win against Temple because they can't do anything about the rest of it. The schedule, everybody brings it up. And I don't quite understand what the surprise is because the schedule for 5 years was put out.
Mm-hmm.
We already know who Nebraska's playing next year. We already know that Nebraska's playing in 28. We know Penn State's playing in 27. They know who they're playing in 28. They know they've got to go to Oregon next year. It just turned out when they put this out, I knew it was going to, okay, this is the first time they've never had Ohio State on the schedule since they joined the Big Ten. And that was the first thing that struck me when I saw the schedule. I said, uh-oh. In other words, in 26, this is the first time no Ohio State, but Michigan's back on, right? And you don't have Oregon on. Yeah, but you know what? You've got Washington coming on the schedule. You got USC coming here. All right. The one that you didn't think about was Indiana. When the schedule came out 3 years ago, you're like, oh, yeah, okay, Indiana's not on the schedule 26. Yeah, okay, turn the page next. Well, now they're really, really good. So it is important that they're not on the schedule. When the original thing came out, nobody cared. Now there's no Indiana, and everybody's like, oh, and you're not playing Oregon, which you expected. You're not playing Ohio State, which you expected. But now they won that was like Indiana. Well, you replace them with Washington, Michigan, USC. It's just part, they're trying to get the schedule done in such a way where in a 5-year period, everybody in the conference plays everybody home and away at some point. And that's the purpose of the rotation.
Steve Jones, the great voice of Penn State. As Penn State, by the way, in today's AP poll, number 18 in the preseason poll. So
great. I think there might be a parade. That's great.
Exactly. Steve, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Have a great season.
You guys are tremendous. Thanks so much for your time.
You betcha.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Steve Jones joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. This is going to be a really interesting experiment
for a variety of reasons,
because so many people like to look down their nose. Oh, they're only in the Big 12. Oh, there's only Iowa State. But you're bringing in so much influence and guys in critical positions, obviously quarterback, wide receiver, running back, safety, among others, and
coaches,
and obviously coaches.
Yeah.
And yet it works in with a schedule that a lot of people have believed to be manageable.
Yeah, so the big dogs that they have are USC in the middle of October. I believe that's the whiteout game, I think. They are at Michigan the following week, and they play at Washington on November 7th, so the week after Nebraska plays them. Otherwise, I mean, it's Wisconsin, Northwestern, Purdue, Minnesota, Rutgers, Maryland. So, like, teams that can certainly get up and bite them. They do go to Temple, by the way, which is weird. Teams that can bite them, but, you know, in past years, this would be a schedule where you'd say, 11-1 maybe for them.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of kind of a question of, could they make the playoff if they went 9-3? You know, do they have to get to 10-2? And then can they? Matt Campbell.
And I'll be honest with you, if things go as expected with everybody, 10-2 could be dicey for Penn State to get in the playoff.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a similar, if they are able to do that, for the record, it'd be a similar conversation to the Indiana one from a couple of years ago, where you'd say, okay, you know, what if I am right about Michigan and they're just kind of fine, 7-5, 8-4, and let's say that Washington ends up being 8-4. Let's say USC is good though. So USC beats them; they're a playoff caliber team, and those other two are not. Like we're going to have a lot of similar discussions like we did with Indiana a couple of years ago. Kenneth says they're bringing in a bunch of guys from an 8-4 2025 team in the Big 12, no less. Like, I think that the ups and downs of Matt Campbell, I think, make it really hard for me to figure out exactly what's going down with them this season, because I think you could very much make an argument. Guy was a really good coach. Of course, historically raised the level of that program.
Yes, he did.
On the other hand, the consistency was hard for them to put together. They had that famed year 5 years ago where they were a top 10 preseason team and completely fell apart, you know, and they would kind of jump up and surprise people. I don't know. I know that we spend so much time doing schedule stuff. I find the schedule is easy. Teams usually do not make it through, where it's just too obvious. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, there are some good leftover players, but there's just so many new ones. You know, this is, I think, of all the teams we've done so far in the league, this is the hardest one for me to pick. I got nothing for you in terms of
it is, because there's so much that's changed. And yeah, we can say that about a lot of schools, but this one is probably the most unique because it feels like you're moving Ames to Happy Valley. And you're wanting to know if success at one place can translate to success. And again, it wasn't championship success. They never won. They only went to one conference championship game. And so you wonder, I mean, does the step up become an intimidation factor? Does it become an being overwhelmed factor? Or now that you've got some resources, can you make things work? The interesting thing about this whole dynamic is James Franklin was let go because he couldn't win the big game.
And now you bring in Matt Campbell, a guy who doesn't win the big game.
Outside of beating Iowa on occasion, they didn't win the big game. And so there's a lot of pressure on this situation.
I wonder, you know, and I don't know exactly how Penn State fans are feeling, but I wonder if there is like a Joe in Phoenix that calls into some radio show there and it's like 500 coach.
Yes.
500 coach. 70. Yes. This is just Iowa State stuff. 72 and 55.
A lot of skepticism.
72 and 55 overall at Iowa State. 50 and 40 in conference. If you add in the Toledo years, he's 107 and 70. So better than 500, but is it close enough that it makes you feel a little queasy?
It's not James Franklin good.
No. Two top 15 seasons in terms of final ranking, 2020, which a lot of people would say, okay, yeah, but that was COVID. And then 2024, which was the best year. They were 11 and 3. I believe they lost. Oh, that's right, to Arizona State. They got rocked against Arizona State. They would have made the playoff.
I mean, if you're a Penn Stater, what you're hoping for is this is similar. I'm not saying Matt Campbell is Nick Saban, but, you know, Saban at Michigan State was okay.
Yes, for sure.
Then he goes to LSU.
Yeah.
And it blows up.
Correct. But for Saban, he was there a really short amount of time, Michigan State, that is.
That's true.
And he was very much on the upswing.
Yes.
And see, that's the thing. So much of hires are about timing. If a team hires Matt Campbell a decade ago, or like in the early part where it was like, whoa, look at this guy, home run hire. But when a guy has been at a place for 10 years and he still never has that true breakthrough year, then it's just like, okay, yeah, but what is he?
Correct.
And I think it's a fair question. I don't think that they're going to be in the playoff mix. I think they're going to lose to a non-USC, Michigan, Washington type team.
Yeah.
Hell, Minnesota could get them. Like, why? What? I don't know why we should put Minnesota maybe in that other category as well. I know that they're not a blue blood or national championship contender, but we've seen it around here. Minnesota gives people, a lot of trouble.
Coming up next, does Nebraska high school football have a crisis on its hands?
Uh-oh.
Or Are we confused about all the damn numbers?
Oh,
well, we'll try to explain our way through this when we come back on 1620 The Zone. We do have a handful of spots remaining for 1620 the golf tournament, featuring 1620 the golf towel, which I'm told is very good.
It's an awesome towel.
Great towel.
And am I to understand that all of our participants get a 1620 the golf towel?
You would understand correctly, John. It's a what do they call those? The
like a microfiber?
No, it's a specific prize that you get. It's not even a prize. You get it for signing up. I can't remember what they're called, but like you sign up for a scramble and there's usually like a gift, like
gift bag. It's part of the gift bag.
It's part of the gift bag.
Part of the gift bag.
Behind
But it's
the gift
going on
bag.
this Friday, 8:30 a.m. shotgun start.
Wow.
It's just $400 per 4-player team.
Wow.
18 holes of championship golf. Player gifts like 1620 the golf towel. Complimentary food and beverage. VIP access to the after party at the Phoenix. That's where the Grum is going to be. There's going to be flag prizes on every hole, breakfast burritos from Early Bird, and the $10,000 par 3 challenge. Get a hole in one. You can take home $10,000. Proudly sponsored by Langfeld Overhead Door. It's brought to you by Cutwater and T-Box. Go to 1620thezone.com. Register your team now and join all of us at Miracle Hill Friday, 8:30 a.m. shotgun start. Again, 1620thezone.com. Get yourself registered for 1620 the golf tournament.
Mustache Adam, who is of golf, he's a tee gift. That's what they're called, a tee gift. You get a tee gift because you get it at the first tee.
Why can't
Actually put it in like the bag.
Why can't it be like a putting green gift?
Those are usually called pin prizes.
No, I said putting green, like the practice green.
Oh, you did say that. Yeah.
Clubhouse gift.
Yeah, that's true.
Or how about Josh just runs out to the parking lot and hands it to you as you're getting out of your car?
That'd be weird. They're like, I'm just here to go warm up. I'm not even playing in the tournament. That would be odd. That'd be odd.
Okay. Well, earlier today, I was made aware of a story in the USA Today regarding high school football participation across the country.
Yeah.
And the premise of the story was to compare high school football participation numbers from 2008 to 2024. Obviously, there was a pandemic in the middle of it. Obviously, in the middle of that, there was the concussion issue that took center stage and people were concerned about. A lot of stuff. And the idea, or at least what ended up being printed in the story, was that participation numbers are back up in football across the country. Over 1 million, according to the story. 1,029,558 in 2024. And that 32 out of 50 states, 51 because they did include District of Columbia.
Nice.
Saw an increase from 08 to 24. But there were a few states that saw a decrease, and some a significant decrease. One of those states was Nebraska. Again, these are according to the numbers that were published in the USA Today. So I went and I looked up all the different states, and according to the story.
And notice how John is adding a lot of qualifiers to this. According to. Yes.
But for the 11-man football numbers, 11-man football, Nebraska saw a 32% decrease in participation from 2008 to 2024. Only Vermont and Montana saw a bigger dip in participation numbers.
By the way, quick aside, Vermont now, according to the story, only has 545 players.
In 2024.
Yeah, so a couple of years. So I bet it's about the same. How many teams even are there? How many teams can you have with 545 players? Like
now,
5?
Again, I had to put a lot of qualifiers behind this.
Yeah, why is that, John?
Because as soon as I put the story out, Stu Pospischal at the World Herald, who's been covering high school sports for longer than Nick's been alive.
Oh, you calling him old?
No, I'm just saying he's experienced.
I'll do it.
I am almost 30.
Said that.
Wow.
Yeah. Said that
Turning
the numbers are misleading. And that's why I put
alternative facts.
I put in parentheses 11-man football only, because as you know, in this state, they do 8-man football and 6-man football. So we have to look at a lot of different factors here. your wife was kind enough.
I was going to say, yeah, she sent me a bunch of data, and I think she tweeted it at you as well.
She went to the National Federation of High School Athletic Associations to get their official report to look at the numbers. And from 2024, the participation in 11-man football was 8,679. But in 8-man football, there were 2,446. They don't do a 6-man football statistic according to the National Federation. They don't count those.
Sad.
Sorry, 6-man football play teams. So it makes the numbers look a little bit different. That said, if we are to use the numbers from the National Federation of High School Athletic Association.
And is this for 11-man football or is this for raw football in general?
This is for both 11 and 8-man football.
Okay.
Your wife was kind enough to do the data for us or do the math.
Happy
for
anniversary,
us.
dear.
Nebraska's 11-man numbers from 2008 to 2024 dropped 20%. And the 8-man participation numbers dropped 23.7%.
Okay. So the numbers still did go down.
Not down as much as this graphic shows.
But still down.
But still down.
Yeah, because I got a text during the break from Austin Jacobson, dear friend of the Grum from Hurrdat Sports. And he says, I know John probably has the updated numbers, which you do. He says, but one of the reasons for that reported number drop is several schools dropped from 11-man to 8-man during that time frame. So even if they are comparing just 11-man programs, there are several schools that don't appear in both of the data sets they were comparing. So that also happened along the lines as well.
Correct. And even so, and you can go to the NFHS.org, which is the National Federation of High School Athletic Associations, and you can look up some of the data itself, but even some of the numbers don't match. So I'm really confused as to what USA, I don't know if this was something that the Federation gave to USA Today.
Yeah, how
USA
are they
Today,
this far off?
But it's, and listen, not every state does 8-man football. In 2024, like, for example, Alabama doesn't do 8-man football, and Connecticut and Georgia doesn't do 8-man football. There's only, it looks like, if I'm just going to do quick math here, looks like there's about 15 states-ish that do 8-man football.
Okay.
So, but the bottom line is this. Using the numbers that your wife got from this website and doing her own math, participation is still down.
It's still down. Yeah.
Over 20% across the state. Whereas in a lot of other places,
it's actually up.
It is up, and it's up a lot.
Yeah, I wonder. That's so interesting. Like, I wonder what the reason why is. You know, why is it down here when we, I mean, we do love football here. I don't even want to say we supposedly love football. Sad Husker fan does this track with Gen Z being afraid of socialization. I mean, yeah, it's fun to make fun of Gen Z, but it's not like the high school players in states where it's up are not Gen Z. They are also Gen Z. Right. It's not like a bunch of millennials are playing in Montana, for example. It is still all the youngs everywhere.
Exactly. So I'm going to take a look. I'll take a closer look. I don't know. It may take a while, but to rerun some of these numbers, again, from the Federation. I am not going to call all 50 states and get their numbers.
I think you should.
I'm assuming that whatever the National Federation is getting, they're getting it from somebody within those states.
Yeah. Austin, by the way, has followed up. He says the reason the 11-man numbers would drop also is that several 11-man consolidation programs broke up during that time frame. For example, Wood River Shelton was an 11-man program, but discontinued in this time frame to create two different programs. You can do 8- and 6-man football.
Right. But the bottom line is the number of players are less.
Yeah. Huh.
The number of players overall are less.
And has the population, what's happened to the population in Nebraska in that time frame too? Yeah. So that's the thing. So it's like, it is a smaller piece of the pie. It's not like the population is dropping, thus the number of players is dropping as well.
Correct.
Interesting.
All right. As we continue, Mitch Sherman's going to join us here in a little bit, and we'll get a quick recap of what happened over the weekend with what Matt Rule had to say. Maybe there's not going to be any more scrimmaging in the fall, or in August.
Loves the running back room.
The blackout uniforms are back.
We haven't talked about those. Folks. You haven't gone on a rant yet.
1620 The Zone. Welcome back. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Just go to youtube.com, search 1620 The Zone, hit that subscribe button. You can watch us at the same time. And of course, 97.7 The Zone in Hastings, Kearney, Grand Island.
Sounds so good.
Or Grand Island, Kearney, Hastings. I wonder if they get mad if you say the cities in the wrong order. It's like,
excellent question.
Or does Hastings say, shouldn't we be first?
Well, I've always found it interesting.
Says, shouldn't we be first? And Grand Island says, no, we're the original third city. We should be first. I think they should have a battle royal to determine which order we get to say the three cities.
Well, how about when you're, listening to the College World Series and you call for a great legal ID, and what does David Lee say? Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. Why is it that order?
It's because the tower's based in Bellevue.
Yes.
Where the tower's based has to be mentioned first.
Question answered. Wow, that was fast. Okay.
I went to radio school.
Maybe that's what's going on with 97.7 then, John. I guess we just figured it out.
I'm trying to remember. I think
Bellevue,
trying to remember
Council
exactly
Bluffs.
what town our tower out there is closest to. Maybe we'll just say them.
Grand Island, Hastings, Kearney.
Josh was so disappointed last week.
What?
This whole time you've been gone, he's been trying to call Central Nebraska, Western Nebraska, and not one person has called in angry or tried to call him an idiot.
Yeah, no one's picketing the station. No one's out here yelling at me. I haven't gotten a text from the mayor of Kearney calling.
Because there's hardworking people out there. They don't have time to mess with your nonsense.
Yeah. Interesting.
Because they know you're doing a bit.
No. Or is it a gimmick, John? Nobody
it's a
knows.
bit.
Oh, okay. It is a very good bit. Bigley says no one lives there. That's not true,
That is
Bigley.
not true.
Many people. Many people.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this over the weekend?
Is
Here
it
was,
the alternates?
here was Matt Rule over the weekend on BTN talking to the boys from the BTN studio show, namely Coach Jerry DiNardo.
In camp yet, but can you get a feel if you think this will be your best team?
Oh, it's definitely our best team. Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, and I say that with the greatest of love and respect for the guys who've been here. It's not about the personnel. It's just, the kids who have been in the program. I think we have 21 guys who've been here for 3 years. I think they've put on 350-some pounds of muscle since they've been here, right? Like, this is a game that's meant to be played by strong, tough men. And so, guys have been in the program. They've developed, when you walk around, the facilities are great. This weight room's great, but the strength coach is even better. The training table is great, but Kristen, our performance nutritionist, she's even better. And so the guys have been here, and I think the guys we've gotten out of the portal are guys who've come here, and, they don't want the flash, they want the football.
I am, real quick, I'm very excited that we are back in football season mode where a compliment is still with the qualifier for. And that's not to say the other teams where we're like, I love it. You can't just say the thing. They're really good.
Please stop doing that.
He can't just say this is the best team. He has to say it. But don't forget, the other guys were good too.
Coach, I promise. I promise I will not go all revisionist and say, yeah, but you didn't mention this. You didn't mention that. You said this guy was the best, but what about this? I won't do that if you stop with the qualifiers.
Mm-hmm.
You can go ahead and say, I think this is our best group, period, full stop.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to say, but I don't want to offend anyone from last year. I don't want to offend anyone. We don't, no more qualifiers. No more qualifiers. Just stop. Stop qualifying.
No more qualifiers.
You're in the race now. You don't have to qualify anymore.
Yeah,
So-
you got into Boston.
I guess this is similar to the floor and ceiling conversation, but because Matt Rule just put that in the universe, what record does he need to have for this to be the best team? And it doesn't make him look like an idiot.
And that's the thing, because the schedule's tougher.
Exactly.
So you can be better, but
you
you could have the same record, if not a worse record. They could seriously be the best team he's had and go 6-6.
Yes.
And I think that those things could be true, that it is the best team that they have, that it is the best combination of offense, defense, and special teams, but that the record is actually the same as it was 2 years ago because they're playing 3 playoff teams from last year, and maybe they all 3 make it, and then maybe somebody else surprises. Like, seriously, that could all happen.
But young Nick asks a good question because a lot of people will remember that quote or remember similar statements like it.
Yeah.
And if at the end of the season the record looks identical,
fire Matt Rule.
There will be people that do that.
Yeah.
There will be people that do that. That's why probably this season, more than any other season, not that the other seasons, here's a qualifier for you, not that the other seasons also aren't important to see how it looks, but the old mantra of not every 9-3 season is made equal.
Correct, 100%.
I think that applies even more this year than it does in any other because it's really going to depend on how it looks. How does it look? Because I will say they can go 7-5 this year.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't look as bad as they did at the end of last season, if they put a scare into any one of
the big dogs,
any one of those big dog teams, and coming up a little bit later on, we've done some more math on, and this isn't coming from the National Federation of High School, so
thank God those real math.
It's real good math. But Bill Conley has his final set of numbers, his SP plus numbers.
Yeah.
As you will see, Nebraska is going to be a healthy underdog to 3 teams on this year's schedule. But if they can put a scare into 1 or 2 of those teams, or heck, maybe even upset them, if they can end the ranked streak,
beat Iowa,
then you know, I have a feeling we'll be doing a lot of selling to the naysayers, saying, yeah, but it was still only 7-5. Yes, but
if it comes with one of those things,
if it comes with an
upset, if it comes with an upset of Iowa, if it comes with I guess they can't go above 500 unless they're most likely getting to 8 wins overall in conference play. That is, you know, like it's those types of things. You know, there's a variety of things. We could create a checklist of all of the things that they could do, that they don't have to do all of them.
Right.
You know how last year, like I put together a list of like the things that would mean a good season. And I had a variety of available options for you. And I think one of
this from Scribes Peterson?
It was. Now it's Scribes Bishop is in the building. And I had one of them. It was like go 500 against these. I don't remember what the teams were, but it was like against these teams. Maybe we should do that. A Husker checklist where if then you are able to check, let's pretend there's 5 things to check off. You know, if you check 2 of the boxes that you're like, all right, this was definitely a good season. If you get to 3, then you're throwing a parade. Anything above that, of course, you're actually good.
A checklist.
Yeah.
This sounds like a fine idea.
Yeah. So like
to assemble a checklist. Checklist assemble.
God, I love checklists. I love things. I love doing things.
Heck, and we got plenty of room in here. We could stick it up on the wall. Or better put it on the glass over there. We'll have our Husker checklist.
I like it.
And we'll check them off.
Yeah, because we don't have our board anymore. R.I.P. the board. Remember our whiteboard where we'd write?
It's still all over there.
I know it smells in there. That room is just closed all the time, and so it's just a little musty.
I thought the must followed Nick.
Well,
over here.
Yeah,
I shower now.
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
He's married.
No, that's good.
Kind of forced to, I guess. Yeah.
It's probably a good thing. Don't have time for the blackout uniform.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Too bad. So sad.
Come on.
Coming up, Mitch Sherman.
Oh, awesome.
Will join us from The Athletic. We'll get his thoughts on what he heard from Matt Rule over the weekend. And if there's any new information that we could glean.
That'd be fun.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
What are you doing? What are you doing? This is a sports flash, and you're putting it out on the ether before you're doing it now.
I apologize. I should have just waited to click the send button.
That's all right. Well, as we welcome in Mitch Sherman from The Athletic. Well, Josh, apparently we've been hearing things about one of the players, one of the new players on Nebraska's football team.
Mitch, I was told within the last few minutes that Tyke Hayes is no longer with the Nebraska football program.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, breaking news to me. What do you say? It was a short. If that's the case, it was a short stay. So I don't know. We got to watch practice tomorrow, and we will certainly keep our eyes on that and whatever else may be going on.
Yeah, I searched his name just on Google just to try to remind myself of when everything started unfolding, because we know about the situation with Mekhi Nelson that was reported at the end of June. Hayes, the first article I could find for him in Nebraska, I believe was like July 14th. So, barely over a month ago since his name popped up on our radar.
They were related situations, and just that Nebraska was looking for reinforcements because there was uncertainty around Mekhi Nelson. So, and we didn't know what kind of impact he was going to be able to make, and I certainly didn't see any indication or hear any indication from Nebraska's offensive coaches or the little bit that we watched on last Tuesday that he was in the top three, or I suppose he was challenging to be in the top three because there were three who were separating themselves, including the true freshman Jamal Rule, and anything after that was a player who was challenging to be in that group. I probably would have put Quentin Ives because of his experience and just understanding of the program at the top of that list, but. Yeah, if that's it for Tyke Hayes, it was a short stay and very inconsequential, as it turns out.
And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, we're just absorbing this information because it was such a short stay. And I'll be honest, I didn't have much expectation for him this year anyway. I looked at him more as a long-term play, given the amount of years that he had left.
He had a full career essentially left.
This, at least news to me, doesn't change anything that I had in my outlook for this season. And I'm guessing a lot of other people are going to kind of feel the same.
It's a little amusing, the amount of attention that, and I'm not talking about you, that we like collectively as the media, and I'll put myself in that category too. Although I don't think I was the greatest offender, spent just speculating about how much of an impact he could make. Talking about him putting up significant yardage totals. And this was in July when there wasn't a whole lot else to talk about. And it was a new story. And it was one of the bigger stories in the month of July because we again, like collectively as a media group, spent a lot of the off season. And I definitely was in this category discussing the lack of proven options, and you could say depth, that Nebraska has at the running backs. But I feel better about the depth now, but with or without Tyke Hayes, but still unproven. And it just kind of shows you like the ebb and flow of an off season. Things are going to come and things are going to go. And if this is it, it's a reminder, like just kind of chill until at least we get to mid-August and have a sense if it's a new especially if it's a new player who wasn't part of the initial group of additions that a team generally makes in the time when you add players, which is January, into the spring.
Yeah, Mitch,
if it's something different. Sorry, we haven't seen a lot who've come in like in an unorthodox method, and there have been plenty who've come in that way, but we haven't seen a lot who've come in an unorthodox method late in the process and actually done things to help the football program.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, two things. Sierra Wright is probably the best example of a guy who's come in and did impact it from like he was like an August edition, like that was crazy late. The other thing is, so when Nebraska landed him, we had Nick reach out to actually your former colleague at The Athletic, Audrey Snyder, like, hey, we're just hoping for a little information. And she was basically like, I mean, guys, he didn't really play there. I don't really have a whole lot for you. And so we ended up not having an interview with her. And yet, I would say that we were guilty, certainly, of talking about him a lot. Thankfully, I don't think John and I ever got over our skis about what kind of impact he could have. But, for a July topic, it was like, oh, manna from heaven, for a couple of days of at least a new guy's on the roster.
No, I'm glad that Horseshoe Casino took my $10 on Tyke Hayes' 1,000-yard season over under.
Did you get him? Did you get some good Heisman odds on him?
Yeah. Yeah, not really.
It would have been, and it's funny because I talked to Audrey for a while in Chicago at Big Ten Media Days and some others who covered Penn State, and we didn't even talk about Tyke Hayes. Probably an oversight on my part not to ask about it, but he wasn't top of mind for me in like things that were going to be of importance in Nebraska football camp, the Nebraska football season this year. I suspect that, like, just because of where we're at in the calendar, and now that there's a scrimmage under the belts of the Huskers, that when we go out to practice tomorrow, I don't know that that's going to be the thing that we're talking about most. If this is all good and buttoned up, Josh, I'm not questioning it or anything like that, but obviously there's nothing official.
Mm-hmm.
But if this is what it is, I would suspect that like some other storyline coming out of tomorrow is going to be a bigger deal than your fourth or fifth string running back no longer being with the team.
Yeah, I said it to John during the commercial break. I said, in the end, the running back room is where it was throughout the entire offseason for the most part, right?
Yeah.
Where it's, because Makai Nelson's back on the team. And I mean, Rule was asked about it on what, Saturday?
And he wasn't ever off the team.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Maybe in the eyes of public opinion he was, but you're right. He was never officially off the team. And so from that perspective, the running back room is what we thought it was for the first 6-7 months of the entire offseason.
Right. And listening to Holgorsen and Rule talk about those backs on Friday and Saturday, there was no gushing. Rule cut off the question before it was even asked. He said, hey, I'm going to answer this question about the running backs because I know you guys are going to ask it. And they're all doing the things that they need to do. They're picking up the blitzes. They're good in pass protection. They're holding on to the football. They're running hard. I don't know that that's like a ringing positive endorsement for your position group if the coach, is feeling that kind of is feeling that not urgency, but just like he understands. Like he understands what the way the wind is blowing, like people's opinions, media's opinions, which is a reflection, I think, of fans' opinions about that position. And look, if Isaiah Mosey had come out and blown the doors off of everybody and been like running away with the job, or if that was Nelson or Jamal Rule, I don't know that he would have addressed the running back situation that way. He may have just waited for people to ask, but he wanted to control the narrative about whatever was going on at that position. So he said, I'm just going to come out and answer this before you guys even ask. Maybe or maybe not, in hopes of like preventing follow-up questions. It's still very much top of mind for me as a big question mark going into September.
Do you think, Mitch, that the way that he did that, and just the offseason in general in our discussions, does that put an extra bit of pressure on the running back room? Like for you, like has your mind, but not like, are you more bullish on them? But like, since the coach is being this willing to say that, and like Holgorsen joked about it recently, right? About like, we're looking to add somebody. And he was like, haha, just kidding. Like, does that make you say, okay, if you're going to talk this way, like, I guess we have to maybe judge the room on a bit of a different level?
To me, the biggest thing that does is it just continues to show how much it starts with Rule. And then Dana's an extension of that. You are a reflection in a lot of ways of the head coach and his attitudes. Just so aware of too aware sometimes of the conversations that are being had. I don't think they need to feel anxiety about any position because fans feel that way. Like they make the decisions that they make based on their analysis and observations of each position group. And if the fans don't agree, well, that's fine. I mean, that shouldn't matter. That shouldn't cause them to answer questions a certain way. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't cause them to and Dana's thing was just a joke. It was a funny little, banter with the media. I put no stock in that, by the way. But with Rule, in the way that he's bristled some during the offseason about, the maybe some criticism that he's received for not adding a back and answering the question on Saturday without being asked. I just think it's interesting and that he continues to be so tuned in to various opinions like that especially when you get in the season and maybe he tunes it out some more in the season, but he's in season mode right now. Like that you don't want that influencing his decisions. Like you don't want that influencing things that he does. Like the fans are oftentimes going to be like off the wall and incorrect with the assessments that they make.
Mitch Sherman joining us as he does every Monday from The Athletic. So filtering the fact from the happy talk fiction, because sometimes, when you get to practice time, it's happy talk. There's a lot of happy things that are being said. But when Dana talked about having his full offense at his disposal, having it all installed, having to slow Calandria down just a little bit because things are moving so quickly and he's picking up things so well. How much of this do you buy at this point in terms of what Calandria has done for Dana and opening up this playbook to something that he had really dumbed down, for lack of a better term, when he first took the job a year and a half ago?
I pretty much take Dana at face value on most of what he says because that's who he is and that's what we've seen from him since he showed up in November of 2024. I don't think he BS's about this stuff too often. And if he says that Calandria is picking things up and he processes really fast and he thinks fast and he talks fast and he gets the ball out quickly, like that's the, for better or worse, like that's the narrative on him. That's how Dana sees it. Like he does things well and he can be, sometimes he can be too fast. And that's probably the biggest thing, or one of the biggest things that as they get closer to the season that they're working on with him is don't leave your teammates in the dust. Like, this stuff really well and you've only been here a few months, but your understanding of what they want to do on offense is outstanding. You expect that from a fourth-year starter in college football, albeit at three different schools. Like Anthony said, a lot of the plays are the same. It's just the terminology, the verbiage that changes. Like teams do, even if you go from one offense to another that don't necessarily like look the same or seem the same stylistically. Like there are a lot of plays that are the same. I think he understands college football pretty well at this point, but they're trying to meld a lot of pieces together, especially on the offensive line. And they have young, inexperienced running backs. So it's important for him, I think, to make sure that he's at the level as far as his communication and expressing like what he's doing within the offense to all of the players. And I imagine there'll be some growing pains there in September. And it's fortunate for Nebraska that its schedule sets up the way that it does.
Mitch, there have been multiple comps over the last, couple of weeks where people have compared Calandria to Johnny Manziel. There was something in I guess one of them, I think, wasn't it from Calandria directly in his first presser?
Yeah, I think that's where it came from, at least locally.
Yeah, and then there was
one of the players he looked up to when he was growing up.
Then there was a coach in the Mountain West in one of those, you don't have to on the record, kind of off the record situations where he compared him to Johnny Manziel. What do you think about that as a comp when you keep hearing that? I guess one from him and then one from a coach that went against him in the Mountain West.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of players who want to play like that, and who, and even before Johnny Manziel, he talked about Calandria was specifically asked, "What quarterbacks did you look up to when you were?"
That's what it was. Yes,
and he said Baker Mayfield and Johnny Manziel, who are quarterbacks that you could say they're gunslingers. They take risks. They both were unorthodox in the way that they sometimes took off with the football. Manziel, interestingly, since Baker's been the guy who's had more success at the next level, all the success between the two of them at the next level, he was more of a traditional QB. Manziel was more just an athlete playing quarterback, but somebody who definitely had a good enough arm to make things go at Texas A&M and win the Heisman. Both won the Heisman. So two good quarterbacks to model yourself after. I just think look, these guys are recent Heisman winners. There's some comparisons there. I think just like size wise and like athletic skill wise between those two and him. So that's where the conversation goes. They're fun. They're fun to watch. And they were both of them in college and really fun. Two of the most fun quarterbacks to watch play in the last 10 or 15 years. And if you were in your formative years growing up and you're watching them and you look at yourself and like what your size is and what your skills are, and you're like, I want to be like that, then that's a pretty good direction to go. It's dangerous though. It can be dangerous because those guys were gifted enough to take a lot of risks and get away with them. And at times, especially in Calandria's first 2 years, he took some risks that he didn't get away with.
Mitch Sherman from The Athletic here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. As long as I've been covering this program, there's at least been many years back in the day, there used to be at least 3 scrimmages in the month of August leading up to the season. But what did you take from Matt Rule's "we'll see" comment in terms of being asked about a second scrimmage?
Yeah, I was surprised. I figured they would do 2, and maybe they will. We were at, it's not a calendar thing, game September 5th. We were at August 15th. I would certainly expect like this weekend, what is it, the 22nd, that you have plenty of time to get healed up. I wouldn't think they would go after that, but I don't know. To be blunt, like I haven't dived down deep on my thoughts about what it means that they aren't doing a second scrimmage. If they don't do a second scrimmage, I imagine they'll do something that is similar to a scrimmage, maybe like a controlled scrimmage. There is obviously a trend in football in general in recent years to hit less and put your players less at risk for injury. Injuries are probably going to happen more often in a scrimmage than in, a regular Thursday practice. But other than that, I don't have any deep thoughts on it. We'll see what they do. I think that he hasn't talked about it as much this year, but in the past we've heard Rule talk about him priding himself on Nebraska being one of the programs nationally that has the most physical practices. So I believe that's still to be the case, although again, it hasn't come up a lot this at all really this year. It may just be a thing where they're gonna see where they're at when they get to the end of this week and then determine if they feel like they need a scrimmage on Saturday or they can do something else where there's still some live play that is more productive.
Mitch Sherman. Mitch, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. And we'll talk to you next week.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Bye, Mitch.
Well, Nick, let's give it a proper
Sports Flash.
Time for an Unsportsmanlike Conduct Sports Flash update.
Sports Flash.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk, Frederick King is back with the Creighton Blue Jays, according to the Field of 68.
Oh, man.
He spent last year at Murray State, averaged 13 points and 8 rebounds, was named first team All-Missouri Valley Conference.
Sports Flash.
Who's in the Missouri Valley these days?
A lot of different teams. Field of 68 is also reporting that Jamarcus Lawrence.
Oh, is he back as well, John? Is he a member of the Big Red?
No, he's been in contact, however, with Michigan, USC.
What? That's not Nebraska.
Troy and Fresno State.
That's not Nebraska. He's not coming back.
Oh, and sources are telling 1620 The Zone that Tyke Hayes has been dismissed from the Nebraska football team.
Mm-hmm.
Reasons unknown.
That's a busy sports flash. Nick, have we ever hit on 3 things in one sports flash? Usually we do the thing where you play the sports flash and then you play another one on a different cart number and another one. So then it's just like an echo of sports and flashes.
Yeah. No.
Okay. Wow, 3 things. John's story to tell this time, writes J-Man.
Well, it was originally Josh's story to tell.
Oh, you're putting the blame on me?
Yes.
Putting the blame on me? Don't. John says, don't. I don't want to do this. I don't want to. Don't. This isn't me. This isn't me. There you go. Man,
If I got a text that said rule here, I would respond back, it's not Thursday.
Nice. And then he'd call you mean.
Something tells me though he's going to say, if asked tomorrow, I don't
he
think he's
doesn't speak
speaking
tomorrow,
but if
yeah.
he were asked tomorrow, he would say, it's not Thursday.
I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, we jokingly said it with Mitch. Very happy that you and I had reasonable takes. The reasonable take boys.
Well, I mean, listen, everyone's excited about the new car smell.
But come on.
Learned our lesson from the Jordan Stevenson experience.
Yikes. Yeah, that was not very good.
Where it was like, oh my gosh. I mean,
those were the exact words we said.
Exactly. It's just like, you know what?
It's like Tim Allen from
especially when we're talking about someone who he played in a bowl game when the other 2 running backs who were starters didn't play.
Mm-hmm.
A, never get excited about bowl games. B, he had hardly ever played.
Yeah.
There may have been some other things involved.
Sam writes, are we in store for a good vibes Creighton season? Many are asking.
I have no
John,
idea.
are the vibes good? Are they goo?
I don't know.
Are they goo?
Are they goo or are they good or are they goo?
I hope they're good.
You know who else is good?
Who?
Mitch Holtis. You don't want to say it yet? Fine. He'll be good in a minute. I'll say Mitch Holtis one more time.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Yeah. He was a little upset with Nick on Friday, so I figure we maybe throw him a bone this time.
Oh.
Give ourselves a little bit more room so you can rant about the unis.
So you and Stibbs, you were a little late in getting to it.
It was because our guest on Friday started talking about Formula One again. Or no, the sprint car. I don't know what he did.
It was also only 2 minutes.
Yeah, but you know.
All right, well, fine.
Then we can talk about the uniforms. I want to hear you complain.
Because somebody
once told me
was probably really interested in seeing how Emmett played on Saturday.
Johnson?
And that is the subject of today's player feature from Mitch.
But it's not Thursday.
I don't care.
No, not from that reason, John. Emmett Johnson Thursdays.
Oh, okay. Mitch Holtz is coming up, 16:20 in the zone.
this offense even longer that you've been around and having RB skills and receiver skills. Where are you at right now, you think, in your advancement?
I feel like I'm just learning every day. I'm still learning every single day, and I got a good leader, Kenneth Walker. I got Amari helping me out also. So I feel like I got good vets in the room, and I'm learning for sure. And I'm ready to step up and make a role for sure.
It is time for Mitch Holthus' training camp report, brought to you by Hy-Vee. World's best tailgating begins at Hy-Vee, proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm guessing that Brashard Smith was very, very interested in what was happening when number 10 was on the field the other day for the Chiefs, because our guy Emmett looked pretty good out there.
Yes, he did, against your Rams, who also looked pretty good with their back half of the roster. But it's also
whose house?
A feeling of 24 and feeling okay about it, because they can tap out, tap in like one of the old wrestling duos. So actually, I think there's a complementary work going on here. Now, Brashard, I'm featuring guys this week that don't necessarily have to make the jump forward, but it'd be a nice bonus. And Brashard is that guy to be a receiver. He was a wide receiver at Miami of Florida, transfers to SMU or gets bought. Then he becomes a running back. And so he's kind of got a chance to morph into this role. But he becomes a complement with Emmett Johnson in the fact that they can do different things. Emmett had a really good game. Now, there's one he's learning, but he's so willing to learn, Emmett. One play he had where he did screw up, that it didn't look like a screw up, but a 2nd down and 1, and your Rams were playing wide 9 all day long, meaning the outside guys were like lining up in Council Bluffs and looking at Millard. All right. So the Chiefs have a nice play on 2nd and 1. They're driving, and Emmett's playing great. He decides, this is the difference between the NFL and college. He thinks, I'm going to bounce this out. It's blocked to get 3 yards and a first down, new set of downs. He tries to bounce it out. That led to the tackle holding, because he sees him, he's going out, and now the tackle has lost the angle. So instead of 1st and 10, it becomes 2nd and 11. Otherwise, Emmett had a really good game. His pass protection's getting better. And honestly, I know it's Thursday when we're going to have an Emmett Johnson Thursday, but the guy is, he's emerging. He's really turning into a story here.
Yeah, I thought he ran extremely well, Mitch, and it sucks that he had a touchdown taken off the board, and I can't remember if it was a screen or if it was just another long gain that was also the yardage was lost because of another penalty. So he had 30 yards maybe out there that didn't count.
Yeah, and again, he didn't do everything perfectly, but he's doing enough good things that it's getting some real notice, and he's getting more and more first team reps here in camp. He had more today. He's not going to be ahead of K9, Ken Walker, but he is, I don't know where Amari DiMercato is in this discussion. I really think they could keep 4 running backs. But what Emmett has done, and think about this, the one element that room had last year was Kareem Hunt in power runs. They were number 1 in the league in converting 3rd or 4th and 1. And even if Emmett can do that and become the power guy, as well as the other skills that he's got. But if he becomes the power guy of the 3, or at least a nice compliment to Ken Walker and or Brashard Smith, the Chiefs have something going.
Mitch, what was the conversation afterwards regarding Garrett Nussmeier, who came in, played a lot of minutes, pretty much played all of the 2nd and 3rd quarters?
Well, it's not just from that game, because if people listened or watched that game and thought, Nussmeier, man, he does good things. Fellas, he's doing it every day. Keep in mind, if he wouldn't have had the cyst last year, he had some injury issues, like some knee. He was thought to be late 1st or 2nd round pick. And I know your guy, Ty Simpson, was right there at the 13th pick. But 2 years ago, Nussmeier was in kind of that same discussion.
Right.
He's played great here. Footwork, vision, makes plays that aren't there. We'll see how this goes over the next 2 to 3 weeks, but that's another emerging story here, is just how consistent and how good Nussmeier's been.
Mitch, one of the guys in the booth was quick to point out when warmups began. He said, "Hey, you see what Mahomes is doing?" And I said, "No." And he said, "He's not wearing the knee brace." And that was something. It was like, look across the field, and sure enough, it was off. I wonder if that was a surprise. Obviously, he didn't play in the game, But it seems like that has, of course, been a very consistent part of what's gone on over the course of this offseason, and yet he doesn't have it on as he's getting ready for this, matchup that he doesn't play in.
Yeah, there's different knee braces, and this has kind of gone as his knees gotten better. He had the bigger, kind of clunkier brace on during OTAs, and it's just gradually kind of gotten a little less cumbersome or a little less, still a brace. Probably if you look real close, there's still a bit of a brace there, but some of that was in knowing he's not going to play. But it's not like he's going to walk out there and, some cast and limp out there. He's not going to be that way when he plays in real games or if he plays some this week against Tampa Bay.
Mitch Holt is joining us, brought to you by Hy-Vee. Noticed today that Mansour Delane was in pads and was not wearing a yellow jersey today.
Yeah. So he had the white jersey on during the 10-10-10 Thursday, but they didn't do any contact work. They were in shells. So this is kind of the first day since he injured his shoulder in minicamp, I believe. I don't think it was an OTA. I think it was mandatory minicamp that he has been, let her rip. The most encouraging thing of that game for me was the defense of 3 different third down plays that did not happen a year ago, and they did not happen in the preseason a year ago. And when Noel Williams, so it's a slant pattern, and that's the Chiefs just could not defend that play last year. The other opponent made it over and over and over. He knocks it down. I almost go apoplectic. You can probably hear it, Josh, in your booth. Then another play happened. Jaden Hicks at the goal line did it, and another one, Deshaun Singleton. Hello, Deshaun Singleton had another one. Those were like I said it on the air. It was like seeing good art for the first time, or music to my ears. In that those plays have to be made by the Chiefs secondary. So why do I answer Mansour Delane's question that way? Because he's aggressive, tough, and will make those kind of plays, much like a Surtain. But so will Noel Williams on the other side. This is going to be a much more aggressive secondary. They may give up some plays and some illegal contacts, but they're going to win their share way more than they won last year.
Well, Mitch, there's no shame in finishing runner-up in the Governor's Cup game. We'll take care of that thing for you until the next time. Well, actually, they'll play again in the regular season, so there's a chance
an
to get
actual
it back.
matchup for
Yes,
it.
Nice.
Nice.
It has been found. It has been found in Kimball, Nebraska.
Really?
Yes, at the truck stop there in Kimball, Nebraska, and they're going to hold it. I think McVay was going to drive back from the game. I don't know if he got on the plane. He was going to drive back to Kimball, pick it up, and then hold it until we see you the week after, the Thursday after Thanksgiving, after we have a little we got a little date with the Buffalo Bills. And then the NFL did a great job of scheduling the next Thursday night against your team, arguably the best roster in the NFL. So it'll be a little testy there in late November, early December for our boys in red.
It certainly will. Mitch, who do we look forward to hearing from tomorrow?
We're going to go to another spot where it has to be or could be a jump forward. It doesn't have to happen, but Tyquan Thornton. And he didn't get any targets, but it's the opposite play of the defensive play I just described. He can run by you and go 60 yards, but somebody's got to catch 3rd and 8 for 9. And so we'll go to Tyquan tomorrow.
Mitch Holtis' training camp updates brought to you by Hy-Vee, your official tailgate headquarters for Kansas City Chiefs football. Mitch, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, boys. And Emmett's on the move.
He is.
Bye, Mitch.
Certainly is. Mitch Holtis joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
I heard a lot of responses from Rams fans saying, man, this broadcast is crisp. The play-by-play man is identifying everybody on the field. So pretty cool. I don't know why they were in my mentions, but I thought that was pretty neat.
I thought it was cool that Patrick Mahomes was wearing the jersey number of his favorite player, Ty Simpson.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
I thought it was a nice tribute by Patrick Mahomes to acquiesce and say, yes, you, Ty Simpson, you're the real number 15.
There's a couple new analysts actually for the Rams this year. One of them, a former Wisconsin Badger, and he laughed it up a little bit when I asked him about the 2012 Big Ten championship game.
Rob Havenstein.
He was like, yeah, we just ran this way and ran that way and gained a lot of yards. Gained a lot. I was like, and you were there in 2014, right? He goes, yep, I was there in 2014.
It happens. It happens. All right, when we come back.
Uniforms? Come on. People are saying we need to hear from John. Tell me about the uniforms. This is going to stun people. John actually likes them, and he's going to tell you why. He did a bullet point project, 15 things that he loves about them. Are we going to read any of the fun things from the email that they sent out at us? Did you read these? Did you read it?
I started to,
Did
and
you
I
see
got
the thing
nauseous.
about the drones? Did you see the thing about the drones? Nick, have you seen this?
I got the email and I deleted it almost.
I would have
immediately.
we have to read some of this.
I would have a lot more respect if people said, this is what we want to do, and we're not going to give you some long, drawn-out, stupid over-explanation of why we're doing it. We just want to do a blackout uniform. Here it is.
Drones, where do you come out on this? Should we start calling our listeners drones? Drones.
What's up, you drones?
Yeah, I guess that means they're all
And
robotic.
we have Bill Conley's final answer. Preseason SP Plus lines.
And
Michael Severe.
And
we're going to give away a qualification for a qualification. You could win bonus entries into the trip to Oregon.
That's right. We're sending you to Oregon with round trip air to Eugene with
Whoa.
2 tickets to the game, $150 in spending money, 2-night stay in a hotel, all brought to you by the Woodhouse Auto family.
Nice.
How should we do this? The next time we celebrate the greatness
Drones.
of Ty Simpson.
That's not going to happen ever again.
Oh, yes.
It's not fair, John.
No.
How about this? The first caller that calls into Nick and say, hey, what's the running back that we reported something on a little bit earlier
that's a
in the
good
show?
idea. Yeah.
Well, we talked about a former Nebraska running back a few minutes ago.
Who is the most recent former Nebraska running back?
Not Emmett Johnson.
402-951-1620. If you can tell Nick the correct answer, we'll get you a bonus qualification so that you can win that trip to the Nebraska-Oregon game, brought to you by Woodhouse Auto Family and 1620 The Zone. Well, here we go. The gimmick is back, folks. The blackout game.
They called it in the release. Did they call it the second annual? Did I see that in the release?
Wow. Again, I started to read all of the flowery language over explaining all the different design elements and every stitch in the uniform, and my eyes glazed over, and I said, I'm out.
Okay, I have
Just
to read
show
some
me
of
the
this.
damn picture.
We'll show the pictures.
Just show me the damn picture.
Nick, here we
already.
go. A black base provides the backdrop for metallic red accents.
A black base? Oh my God.
What is this, black mayonnaise? Red accents inspired by the glow of flames, fireworks, and the vibrant red that shines throughout Memorial Stadium on game day.
Because red is one of the team colors.
Oh. The metallic red finishes evoke the brilliance of the stadium's nighttime entertainment, calling to mind images of synchronized light shows, as well as
Is
the
that
fire.
what you imagine when you see these?
As well as the fire, tower flames in the end zone, and
two-year
red
tradition
fireworks.
of the drones.
Can we again? If this game is during the day, I'm going to laugh very hard. The bottom of the back panel of the jersey features a custom perforated block N, a nod to the drone shows that have quickly become a signature moment heading into the fourth quarter. Inside the collar, a winning tradition lining serves as a tribute to the Huskers, who have helped Nebraska win over 81% of its night games. Dude, I do like the patch. Blah, 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 blah. The alternate uniforms are here.
So Juan Claude says, thanks, ChatGPT. It does have the vibe of something that was written by AI. Just a little bit.
We're saying that Nebraska did not write it themselves.
Goodness. Anyway,
I'm going to begin with a positive opinion.
Sure.
Now you're going to disagree because you hate the script Huskers. The positive boys. I do like the helmet. I don't like the double stripe. So I like the majority of the helmet. I think that that's cool. If they want to do something different, like, because they usually just do the N, right? It has been the N. I think in every alternate they've done, it's been a form of the normal uniforms, except for the times that they do just numbers. I think that this is cool. I pretty much dislike almost all of it otherwise, though. I think that they are way too busy. And I think I have officially,
they are.
I haven't liked the stripes on the shoulders, but I think they're somehow even worse on these. There's just there's just so much. There's so much.
Okay.
I like them.
All of the all the stuff aside, black's not one of our colors, blah, blah, blah. I get it. Last year, the gimmick, it went over very well. People enjoyed it. And it's like, fine, do it, whatever. That said, my biggest problem with these, and this is consistent across any uniform, doing red on black, it just looks wrong.
Like, do you think Andy is right when he says, I think they should have added white accents to all the stripes because it would make the red stand out more?
First off, I don't like the white. The stripes are way too damn wide. They might as well just be all red shoulder pads at this point.
Ugly.
And so I would ditch those on the new uniforms and these.
Yeah.
But just the idea of red on black, it doesn't show up very well. And I don't know. It just looks weird to me.
Sure.
That's a me thing.
Sure.
Obviously, they're using the same number font as on the new jerseys.
It is what it is.
I'm with you. Last year's worked.
I loved last year's
because all it was just taking the red out and adding black, and so everything that was red became black, and it looked simple and it looked good, and it didn't look so busy.
I don't understand the Nebraska on the what is that? I don't like that. I don't like the big Nebraska on the chest. You know, that's never really been a Nebraska thing.
Yeah, it really hasn't. But
they
again,
had the little
I'm
tiny
not a
one
big
in the
fan of
croucher.
red on black. I don't care, the double stripe on the helmet, whatever. I've never been a fan of the script Huskers because that's a Steve Peterson invention, and I just never thought it looked great. But I mean, listen, it is something different. I'm not gonna, go overboard on it. But yeah, just red on black does not work.
Yeah,
it just does not work unless you have some white highlight to it. And then at that point, so again, they should have just done. I'd be curious to see what the current new uniforms would have looked like if you would have done replace all the red with black and see how that looks.
Yeah.
But hey, it is what it is. So
Matthew says I could do without the Nebraska across the chest. They said it was to pay homage to the 74 Huskers, but blah. Is it? I don't see that in the announcement. Was that in the announcement too? Is that when they wore
the only time? Well, there were 2 times where Nebraska wore Nebraska across the front of the chest. One was in the 74 Cotton Bowl, and the other one was the 1980 Sun Bowl. But it was weird because some of the jerseys had it and some didn't.
Mm-hmm.
It was really odd. That's the only time they've ever worn the name of the school across the chest.
Yeah.
Dilo
says the program continues to overthink every element of the program.
Yeah, you don't need to overthink it. Just replace the red with the black if you're going to do the blackout.
I thought Happer said it well this morning. It's just these aren't for me anymore.
No, they're not.
They're not for me anymore. And like there was an era where they were for me, that the alternate stuff was for me. I also think the theory that people have of like alternates are getting worse, I actually think is true.
Oh, absolutely they are.
Why did last year's work for me? And why did they even work for you, even though you're not a blackout uniform guy? It's because it was the uniform. They just changed the colors.
Sure.
I
mean, that's the whole purpose, right? You're trying to create a blackout. You're trying to create something a little different. And so just replace the red with black and move on.
Text from the 402. Did Josh say blackface? Now John's saying they need white highlights? Unreal. No, that's not what we were saying.
No.
That's not what we were saying. Sicilian says Dannon is Steve Peterson level bad as an AD.
Dannon.
What if they put yogurt on the uniforms, John?
Oh.
Perhaps.
A Dannon logo, perhaps?
Or like maybe it looked like yogurt was dripping off like the top of the helmet.
Yogurt dripping off of the helmet is a reminder of the offensive line of the 90s.
But the yogurt is red.
Oh, gross.
You know what? Red yogurt?
Nah, I'm good.
All right, so there you go. There's the new uniforms. Bill Conley today, or actually late last week, put out his final SP Plus numbers for the preseason. And I was afraid it was going to do that.
What happened?
The formatting is off for some reason.
Rip.
Oh,
so we're just going to take it off there, and we'll just talk about it.
What wouldn't have messed up the formatting?
Oh, is it Canva? Nick?
It is, Josh.
Canva.
You know what?
We're gonna learn you
Canva,
Canva,
Thursday,
John.
but you want it to
Took
look
the words
good.
right out of my mouth.
Come on, you want it to look good. You're mad at yourself.
It doesn't matter.
You could make
this
it
is a
look better.
radio
We
show.
have a solution.
We're going to do it the radio way. Anyhow, so here are the lines using Bill Conley's latest SP Plus and factoring in 2.5 points for home field.
I'm just a Bill.
Ohio 23.6.
Oh, that's the line actually.
Bowling Green 26.8. These are Nebraska being favored by. North Dakota. Now, Bill doesn't have a North Dakota ranking, or he didn't last week, but
we do know where they're at in the SP Plus.
He did rank every single team in the country that plays football, and North Dakota was basically the same as Northern Illinois. So I use Northern Illinois' numbers.
So what would that be?
29.
Okay, perfect.
Michigan State, 4.6.
For Nebraska?
Yes.
So minus 4.5.
Maryland, 6.6.
Minus 6.5.
Indiana, plus 14.
Ooh,
so
couple touchdowns.
Right now, Indiana would be a 2-touchdown favorite according to Bill Conley.
I never want to hear you say that word.
You don't
again.
like Tutty?
You're too old to use that word.
No, I'm 37.
At Oregon, where we are sending people.
Oh, stay tuned. You can qualify to qualify later on.
Plus 22.4.
Okay.
So over a 3-touchdown favorite. Idle
minus 4.
No line.
Okay.
Washington.
Sorry, what was Oregon?
22-4.
Eesh.
Washington. Huskies by 4.
On the road? But, John, the drone show uniforms.
In that
at 11 a.m.
for big noon kickoff, John.
At Illinois. Illinois by 3.6.
A field goal?
Rutgers. Huskers by 4.1.
Oh, man.
Ohio State, preseason number 1 Ohio State to you.
Wrong.
Plus 20.9, so 21-point favorite. And at Iowa.
Go Hawks.
Plus 7.8.
Yikes. So they are an underdog in.
They are an underdog in.
Was that 6?
5 games.
And the favorite.
Oh, no. Yeah. No. 6 games. You're correct.
Okay.
Indiana, they're an underdog by 2 touchdowns. Oregon by slightly over 3. Washington, underdog by 4. Illinois by 3.5. Ohio State by 3 touchdowns. Iowa by 8 points.
Okay.
That is the latest from Bill Conley and his SP Plus. And those will be the last time he updates before the start of the season.
Yes. So after this, it will all be in-season updates.
Correct.
Okie dokie.
There you go.
I wonder what line moves the most. Like preseason, what it is right now. I wonder which line is the biggest difference, and which ones stay the same. Outside of Ohio, of course. Like basically what I'm asking is which team surprises in a good or a bad way, Nebraska included, and how does that alter the expectation of that game?
It's a good question.
Like if Washington was sluggish, that line would probably change. Yeah. If Illinois was sluggish, that line would probably change, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, we'll talk with Michael Severe about those and other things.
Awesome.
Coming up on a Michael Severe Monday, 1620 The Zone.
I don't know. I don't like that Severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year? Michael already brings the color. I don't care about Fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell. Michael's black. Man, my penis.
Can't believe he's gone.
Who? Mike? No, he's right there. I see his face.
No. Tyke Hayes.
Oh, yeah.
Michael, favorite memory of Tyke Hayes?
I believe right when you guys started talking about Tyke Hayes, I said, that's nothing for this year. If it's something that's for next year.
Nothing forever.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I don't know if it's funny, but you reach out to coaches and you ask them stuff about a player, and they always want to try to be as positive as possible. They do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they always, when they say things sometimes, you're like, the quote was, I don't know how he'll be if he's not going to be the starter. Like, how will he handle that?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, oh, okay. That's probably an indication that there's certain things about him that, personality-wise, that you got to kind of cater to. Plus, there was 100 million rumors about why he left Penn State and why no one wanted to give him a shot. But then you had a couple people locally who, either made him the starter early on or gave him 100 yards in the first couple of games. So either way, it's kind of crazy.
John Bishop was one of those.
No, it
just
was
kidding,
not.
everybody.
Just because I put a $100 bet on it at Horseshoe doesn't mean
doesn't mean anything. You just want to get rid of the $100. That's all.
Yeah, I just felt like I wanted to donate to the cause.
Yeah, I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about this earlier with Mitch Sherman.
I've been out. I've been at the chiropractor's office. I've been working.
That's why
I didn't hear anything. I apologize.
That's why I'm resetting it.
Thank you.
As long as I can remember, Nebraska's done at least 2 scrimmages in the August camp, sometimes 3.
If not 10.
If not 10.
Those are the good old days.
But Matt Rule,
Tom Osborne used to scrimmage every day.
2 days.
Matt Rule left the door open to not having another scrimmage.
Yeah.
Assuming that is the case, what would that tell you?
Well, I will tell you they had a practice scrimmage for the scrimmage last week. So they kind of had like a mini non-real scrimmage, like a test scrimmage. Like so they were going to make a cake on Saturday. And they're like, you know what? Let's get all the ingredients. Let's put all the ingredients together. Let's put it in the oven. Let's not turn the oven on. And then on Saturday, they turned the oven on. So they had kind of like a 1.5 scrimmages. Let me just kind of say that. This is not a surprise because the talk, even as far back as 4 practices ago, was they might only have 1 scrimmage. So this is not something that just came out of nowhere because of the scrimmage on Saturday. This conversation was out there before that.
Sure, but then
people saying it.
Why do you think that is or isn't a good thing?
Because they think they're one of the top 4 teams in the country. I don't know. No, I don't know. Scrimmages in general. So you thud up, right? Most of the year you're thudding up, and you're getting in the right position, and you're thudding up on the guys. And when you get to the point where you're having scrimmages, the reason why Dana Holgerson said that might be the only one, I hope it is, because of injuries. You're always worried whenever you're tackling to the ground for injuries. I don't know if the Dallas Cowboys, I don't know how many they have so far. I don't know how many the Rams have before. I know the Saints lost their starting defensive tackle in the first week of second practice of camp, right? I mean, you worry about that whenever you're taking a guy to the ground. And so I think that's probably a reason why. And I think you get a lot of work in when you're playing Ohio, Bowling Green, and North Dakota. And so they're thinking to themselves, we'll have this one scrimmage.
That'll be our scrimmage time in a way.
Give the running backs a little bit of chance to try to break some tackles one time, and then we'll work them all in against Ohio, which was like I saw this earlier on SP Plus or whatever it was. Wasn't it like they're like 122 and Bowling Green's like 135 and
pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so are you playing against a tougher defense when you're playing against your own defense than you are when you're playing against Ohio and Bowling Green and North Dakota? I don't know. I would assume that's the reason why. But you'd have to talk to a coach about that, somebody who goes through it and say, why would you not want to have one? Why would you want to have one?
So, Michael, so often in the NFL now, we'll talk about the lack of this kind of stuff and how it really does show in September when the teams haven't kind of gone through these periods, right? So more than ever, stars and starters are sitting out games. in August, etc. And so we see a bit of sloppiness. To use this for Nebraska, what kind of sloppiness could this mean, in particular for the defense? Or I guess where would the sloppiness show itself more, do you think, offense or defense?
John, you remember the name Buddy Stevens?
Yes.
You remember what he was known for as a head coach?
No.
They didn't hit in practice.
Okay.
So he was a coach at Tulane for a while, decent coach at Tulane. They went to Dartmouth, and that's where it became like this big deal where they actually invented those robots that you would use on the field. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That was Buddy Stevens. Ended up having a horrible bicycle accident, got paralyzed, passed away, I think, about a year and a half ago. Nice man. Got to meet him when I was in New Orleans years ago. But there's a lot of coaches out there that don't believe in having a lot of tackling during practice. Now, if you are a team that doesn't tackle well as the season's going along, like you have a bad game like against Michigan, and then you go out there on a Sunday and you go, we're going to tackle our asses off, and then you play a better game against Illinois, maybe that tells you something. I would say if it's going to show up anywhere, it would show up defensive front, right? Because you have to go full speed on with your front, and that's 4 across the board, and even the 2 outside linebackers, I'm going to throw them in there as well. You need to go full speed, I think, to be able to be ready for competition, especially the Big Ten level.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if it's going to show up anywhere, it would show up there. Cornerbacks and the inside linebackers and wide receivers can play 7-on-7, and running backs can cut against all kinds of stuff. Breaking tackles of a running back, you can't obviously do that if you're not tackling, and the offensive and defensive line need to go at each other. And that is something you can do without scrimmaging. You can have full contact blocking and pulling and all of that with your offensive and defensive line. You just can't, obviously, you don't want to finish the guy to the ground if you can avoid it. But I think the places I would worry in the Ohio game would be how the defensive line reacts to a different competitor, how the outside linebackers are, how the running back is. Those are the main ones, because the quarterback gets tons of work no matter what, Anything else?
Yeah.
Is that it? We're done?
Oh, yeah. It's John's turn, so I was waiting for him.
No,
I asked him about the...
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of cornerbacks, Jeremiah Charles and Victor Evans appear to be in the lead for that. Who would you like to see come away from that?
You know what I thought was kind of crazy about this is, so during the spring, I heard so much about Larry Tarver. And when Larry Tarver was recruited, I thought, watching his tape, well, 2 things. One, I like guys with fighter names.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I was a Vincent Shavers guy with Ernie Shavers. And I was also a Larry Tarver guy, right? And so I liked him. And then I heard a ton during the spring that he might win that job opposite of Andrew Marshall. Like he might be running with the ones. Then he twisted his ankle, or he dislocated his ankle. And then I figured, well, he won't be ready for the fall. Well, he is ready, and he's practicing, and he's a guy they're mentioning. So I think that job was always open. It was never Charles's or Odom's or Victor Evans or anybody. I think it was always kind of open. So if I was going to pick one, I probably would pick Victor Evans because he's got more experience playing in games. Not the same level, I know, but he's got more experience.
Yep.
He's got experience going against a higher class of wide receiver in a real game, opposed to what Charles is really experienced. He had the one game against UCLA a couple years ago, and obviously in practice, he's going against guys that are probably better than the ones that Victor Evans was going against. But if I was going to pick one, it'd be Victor Evans.
There was talk over the weekend. Cam Leonard was talking with BTN.
This is not about the pizza, is it? Because that disgusting.
No.
Yeah, terrible take.
I was like, come on, man. Nothing against Godfathers, but dude, you're from Staten Island, and you're throwing out a name of a place that doesn't even make a New York style pizza. I mean, they don't make one.
Yeah.
They don't make a New York style pizza at Godfathers. They don't do it.
But he was talking about Odom and how much he stood out. How much do you think we see him this year?
Oh, with the 5 for 5 and a guy they never thought was going to be here more than 3 years anyway. When you have that kind of prestige or pedigree coming out of high school, you expect to only be there 3 years anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we'll see him, especially early. Now, do I stick a true freshman out there at Indiana or with Oregon? Or I wouldn't want to do that. I want to have somebody with some experience. So I think he'll play. My thing I always wondered about Odom is he's right about 6 foot tall. I think he's close to 200 pounds. So he looks like the kind of guy that I wonder if you could move inside if you had to, right? You got Donnie Jones in there now, and Donnie is now like 215 or something. I mean, he's big. And so a guy behind him with similar size, I think would be a good way to do it. And I always wondered if you want to get him on the field, because when you're playing nickel, The great thing about nickel is you got protection, right? You got a safety behind you. You got a corner to your right or your left, depending on what side you're on in nickel. So you've got a little bit more. Now, you got a two-way go, opposed to being an outside guy who's got the sideline defending him. But you do have protection. And so I kind of like the idea of having a guy that size, especially with a long wingspan, in that slot, in that nickel spot. So maybe he'll get some chances in there. I'm not saying I've heard that he's there. That's just something I would think. But I think early on, you're going to see all those guys playing. You'll get some Tarver if he's fully healthy in there. You'll get Charles. There's even more depth of guys we don't even talk about who are on the roster. We don't talk much about Sanders, right? Sanders was talked about a ton last year. So where's he going to be in the mix as well? He could be another guy that's playing there at corner. I think we'll see a ton. You know what could be with Cam Leonard? Maybe they're just buddies. Maybe they're cool. And that's why he mentioned his boy. So you never know, because he was coming off of being shocked and rocked by that pizza comment. So you never know what he was saying after that. He might have been a little delirious.
Hey, Michael, sticking with defense and sticking with the BTN stuff, Jerry DiNardo said about Rob Orch's defense on that show. He says it'll be an adjustment for the rest of the Big Ten when they get into conference play. Like, I'm curious, where do you think the defense could have an advantage, given that they haven't seen what Orich tries to do on Saturdays, at least against their competition just yet?
I love Jerry. Love him.
Yeah.
Big fan of Jerry's. Covered LSU, 1996, upset number 1 team, Florida in the country. They were on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Big fan of his. Met him at my high school when he was there speaking, and I was an intern in New Orleans.
A huge one.
There's a butt.
I will say this. Every time there is a system change on defense, especially when it comes to the front, people will say the same thing. With the 3-man front, especially the odd 3-man front, you don't know where the rusher's coming from. You don't know who's coming. It's going to be something to worry about. You never know what's going to happen. You're going to be able to isolate in the inside and have guys on the outside that are doing certain things, and who's going to be coming. 1 out of 6 guys may be coming and all that. Same thing's true with the 4-man front, right? Especially when you have a 4-man front. I believe that you will see whoever's opposite. So you'll have Noweri maybe occasionally standing up. I would assume that he will be. And then the other guy was hand on the ground. And then on first and second down, both guys' hands will be on the ground. So it's something they've seen with a true front, a true 4-man front. I just believe that that's something coaches say whenever you're changing a defense. And when people are on tape. Now, they'll have tape against Ohio. They'll have tape against Bowling Green and North Dakota by the time you get to Michigan State. But it is something different that you didn't see from last year. So maybe that's what Coach DiNardo is talking about. But I don't think it'll be that much. Look, Indiana runs it, right? We've all seen Indiana run it. I know that for a fact. There are other teams that run it in the Big Ten too. So I don't know how much of a difference it's going to be for the opponents when they're preparing for it.
As the keeper of the flame of the Jet Award.
Yeah, that's me.
Nebraska will, they returned virtually everybody from special teams last year, with the exception of
long snapper.
Well, long snapper and kickoff returner. Right?
Yeah, long snapper is more important.
It is. But I'm curious. Who you would like to see return kicks this year.
When they asked that question to Rule, I don't think he meant that Barney was returning kickoffs, but he basically said that. Because he referenced how against Penn State he did some returns, and he had some returns before that. And that's when Kenneth Williams was injured, which he was for the last 4 games, really. He was banged up. He had pulled either a quad or a hammy. I'm not sure which one it was. But there's a bunch of guys on this team that in high school were primary return guys. But over the years for Nebraska, for whatever reason, that's not been the guy they've tried out. I don't know why. So I would hope that they would look at some of these primary guys. So I look at like a guy like Victor Evans, who we saw when he was both in high school and then the next level doing some returning. That was mostly punt returning. That's a guy I could see back there. I don't necessarily like Barney as a kickoff returner as much as I do a punt returner. I personally like running backs and cornerbacks. That's who I like returning kickoffs. And throughout Nebraska's history, Tyrone Hughes, those guys, a lot of guys that were defensive backs, a lot of guys who were running backs. So that's what I would prefer. I can't tell you who the main guys are back there because I didn't see any. Right when we were getting ready to do special teams, the 20 minutes last, they put us out. So maybe we'll see some of that tomorrow. I don't know. But I can't tell you exactly who I think the kickoff guy. I'd rather not see Barney back there. Personally.
I was going to ask you about tomorrow. What is the thing that you're going to, hopefully, is it going to
we see, right? What are they offering?
I know. So I guess where your eyes go first, or where your eyes going to try to go first if you can.
Well, the things I didn't see last week would probably be the things I would try to concentrate on. I didn't see a ton of the secondary because of where they were practicing, and didn't see really much of the wide receiver and quarterbacks because when we were on the field, they were at the far end. Then when they went inside, I was outside watching the defensive line. So I didn't see a lot of that. So I would probably want to see some more of those, the fourth, fifth, sixth wide receivers. And I'd like to see the secondary and see how they're lining up. I know there's 2 guys in the secondary that are kind of banged up, so you probably won't see them tomorrow. But out of everybody else, that's probably the main thing I would want to look for. See what kind of routes they're running. See if every time I watch Keelan Smith, I'm impressed with him, the way he runs his routes. Same thing's true with Gilmore. I'm impressed with the way he runs his routes. So I probably want to watch those guys a little bit more because I haven't seen as much of them as I've seen the other guys. That's probably the main thing. The places I didn't see last week, because we saw linebackers, we saw defensive line, we saw the offensive linemen, and we saw running backs last week for the most part. And the other guys that I didn't see is the ones that I probably want to pick.
So we're going to try to come up with a checklist.
Yes.
Because Rule said on BTN he thinks this is his best team at Nebraska. Young Nick asked a question about, well, does this mean they have to win more games? And we immediately said, well, but then there's the schedule. And I've long said not all 9-win seasons are created equal. In this case, maybe not all 7-win seasons are created equal. So the checklist is for things that we're going to be looking for beyond the record, because there's a good chance they're going to finish with the same record as last year, maybe even a game worse than last year. Maybe. If the record is going to stay the same, what things need to be on the checklist? And I'm curious what you would want to see this year, assuming the record isn't better, that tells you this team was better.
3 things. Play better in Big Ten play. I posted this on Twitter earlier this morning, something I had thought about last night. And I wanted to look mainly at how many plays they ran while they're in the Big Ten, right? It was about 60 a game. I wanted to see what their yards per play was, and I wanted to see what the overall yardage was total in Big Ten play. They went from being 8th or 9th in those 2 categories overall when you add in those 2 games against Houston Christian and Akron. And then you look back and you look at what they were once they got in the Big Ten play. They're tied for 13th and they're 15th. They were bad offensively in the Big Ten. You can try to turn it any way you want. You can put Play-Doh in the little machine and have it come out any way you want to do it. I don't care. And I know you lost your quarterback in the USC game, but they were worse overall in Big Ten play. So I want to see them better in Big Ten play. I'm going to always say this, finishing drive rate. I want to see you score more touchdowns than you kick field goals. And I want to see you, when you have to try to finish a drive, it's a 4th down, that you don't end drives on downs, which Nebraska did 5 times last year. You don't want to see that. And the third thing probably would be just maintaining momentum after October. What the hell?
Have a good November.
What the hell? Try to have a winning November. I know the schedule is tough or whatever, but maybe having a winning 3-1 November, that kind of thing, that'd be nice.
Ooh,
but
holy crap.
I'm just saying.
1 November, they might have a parade.
You know what 2-2 is?
I'll throw them a parade.
It's like Luke Skywalker walking up to his sister. I mean,
get over here.
Exactly. It's 2-2.
Time. Well, but in Alabama, they're throwing weddings.
Carrie Fisher was pretty good back in the day.
No, she was a beautiful young woman.
If Carrie Fisher was your sister, would you kiss her? Is that what you just asked?
Probably. Yeah. I mean, against that November schedule, I would think 2-2 is pretty damn respectable.
Yeah, 2-2 is fine. It's 500.
But the question wasn't what is respectable. You said what was it, good or successful?
Right. But
I'm on your side for the record.
Because, by the way, someone who wrote about this yesterday on Huskers Illustrated.
Oh, I saw this.
Look at all of the records in the month of November. I mean, 2-2 would be among the best.
Yeah. Well, I have those. Yeah, I haven't gone back. I did them going back to 2004. And looking at what they were in the month of November. The month of November hasn't been good for a lot of people, not just Matt Rule. It hasn't been exactly the creme de la creme when we're talking about for Nebraska. 2-2, great. That's wonderful. I'm saying if you really want to take a step and you want to prove that everything you're saying is right, this is the best team I've had. This is the best offensive line I've had. This is the most this quarterback has more potential than anybody because of what he can do with his legs. If all that stuff is true, as we learned with the A plus B equals C, whatever, eventually the formula has to work out to where you're getting better. And they haven't been. So why the hell not? I know that what I think of this team and the potential of it isn't what most people think it is. But as Richard Pryor said a long time ago, potential starts with Poe. I ain't got no money. So you're talking about what have to get over that first, that hump of whatever the things are in your way, tough schedule, injuries, coach not being great at certain things in the margins, all of that. You got to get past that. It's year 4 now. Win some games you're not supposed to win based off of what Vegas is saying. Well, why not?
So I found the story that I did last year, and here were the things that I was looking for. I was looking for 4 ways to define a good season.
Yeah.
And I said that if they checked the box in one of the 4, there would be much debate if it was good or not. If they checked the box in 2 or more, it would be successful. And obviously, if they got 3 or 4, it would be awesome. So the first one was overall regular season record. Go 8-4 or better. Of course, they were unable to do that.
Right.
And they could have been if they went to the quarterback would have got. Sorry.
My next one was performance versus rivals. Go 2-0 versus Minnesota and Iowa. Obviously, we know what happened there. I said pull off an upset. Go 1-1 against Michigan and Penn State. Man, this was terrible. And finally, enter November in the playoff mix. And I said for them to do that, they needed to be 6-2.
Which they were.
Until
US.
Yeah. So they were 6-2, but then they lost to USC. They beat UCLA, and then they lost the last 2 games. They were never ranked though in the playoff ranking show.
Right.
They got close. So they checked one of the 3 boxes last year.
Yeah.
One of the 3.
So we were talking about November, right?
Yep.
And Nebraska under Matt Rule 4-10, right? In November, right? Northwestern's. I have 3 wins. So I'm sorry, November, December. I added in the bowl games.
Yes.
Into the season, right? Into the season. So 4-10. Northwestern 7-7. Iowa 10-5. You're comparing yourself to good teams. Illinois 10-4. By the way, I believe that Burt is like 7-2, either before a bowl or coming off a bye, right? Doing the things that Matt Rule hasn't done. Minnesota's even 7-8. Purdue is bad. Maryland's bad. Rutgers is bad. Nebraska's bad. So you have to get away from those teams that struggle in November and December and be more like Washington, who's 11-6. USC's only 8-7. That's what frustrates you if you're a Nebraska fan, because the teams you're comparing yourself to, you don't match up in any of the numbers with them.
No.
Especially when it comes to wins and losses. The teams you do match up with are the ones that you just throw your nose at and go, who is Purdue? Who's Wisconsin? Who's Northwestern? Who's Minnesota?
Strangely enough, the other teams that you're comparing yourself to as far as November record are also the ones you're losing to in the month of November.
Oh yeah, definitely. And one of the things I went through when I went through this list, I was curious how many of these Novembers or Decembers are 0 wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously Nebraska had the one in 2023. But you have to go through a lot of teams to find teams that got 0. Like Wisconsin had a 0 in 24. Illinois hasn't had a 0. Minnesota hasn't had a 0. Michigan State hasn't had a 0. Purdue's had 2 zeros. Yeah. Maryland's had 1 0. Rutgers, by the way, 0 zeros. Washington, no zeros. UCLA has 1. See, so these teams, you have to avoid not winning any games and then get to the point where you're at least 500 when you're playing at the end of the season in November and December.
And
Nebraska
obviously
has gone 0 for November 3 times in the last decade.
So what
the last decade, right?
2017,
2023,
and 21. Yeah.
2020.
Yeah.
And obviously, Michael, like one of the other parts that makes those November swoons so frustrating, there's I would say 2 tempos. One, you want to finish the season strong, so you're pissed off from that regard. But most everybody is playing at least one rival in November too.
Yes.
And so it's usually you're struggling at the end of the season, thus leaving a bad taste in your mouth. But you're also probably losing to teams that you despise, and especially if it's the last game of the regular season.
And by the way, if it hadn't been for Mickey Joseph beating Iowa,
they would have gone over that year
too. It would have been 3 straight years of not winning in November.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. There's so much when you look at, like, Lincoln Riley's a great example. I think most people consider him an offensive genius, right? As a head coach, as a recruiter, it's number 1 A+ recruiter. But as a coach, based off what we've seen after Oklahoma, how good of a coach is he truly? Right. So I think you have to check at least 2 of those boxes to be good. To be very good, you have to check all 3 of those boxes. How many of those boxes have Matt Rule checked? Has he checked so far? In-game coaching, I think he would even say to you that there's been struggles, right?
Yep.
Before this year, recruiting this 2027 class, which is probably their best class, I would say that they've been wanting, especially in the portal with the guys they wanted to have.
Yeah, I would say the one box he has for sure checked is he has at least gotten them back to bowl games. Now, very low bar, but
yeah.
Done that,
And
right?
I didn't. That's not a box on my list. I'm not putting that box. You should be going. I remember talking to Darlington. This is a few different times, and he's like, "Look, man, you're here at Nebraska with everything you have. You don't win 8 games, something's wrong.
For sure.
If you don't win 8 games, something's wrong."
Well, he said that because I remember somebody once
An intrepid radio host
that you could roll out of bed and win 8 games at Nebraska,
and got raked over the coals for such an opinion.
Yeah. Especially when you're playing 3 cupcakes, right? You're playing 3 cupcakes to start the season, which is the way you're scheduling it now. You got to hope that you're going to get a team like a Purdue, a Rutgers, although they've struggled with Rutgers, even though they've beaten them, and other 3 or 4 teams that are at the bottom of the Big Ten, even below you. You'd hope you'd get them, and that would be the way you could do it. But there's so many questions heading into this season with how the offensive line will play based off of the talent they have. How is the defensive line going to play with the change in scheme and the new coaches? How are the running backs going to run because none of them have that experience? I know you saw this before that Nebraska has, I believe, among Power 4, the fewest amount of yards rushing of any team in the Power 4 returning from last year.
Well,
you see that it's like 300 and something, right?
Yeah, and I am hard pressed
to find any other year. I went back and looked.
Any other year where Nebraska has this few returning rushing yards from its running backs.
It's crazy.
From its running backs, it's less than 400.
We have no idea about, and we're not going to know until maybe week 4 to really know what's going to happen.
And oh, by the way, the returning rushing yards also not including Tyke Hayes.
That's definitely true.
Yeah, we're not including those 3 carries he had
in the bowl game.
Yeah, we're not including that.
Michael, I have 2 more questions for you. One non-sports, one more sports question. Sports question for you. What did you make of the chatter coming out of Iowa's open scrimmage on Saturday? Hecklinski apparently was tearing it up against the defense. The other guy sucked.
So, first of all, I love his name.
Hecklinski?
Because it reminds me of 4 different quarterbacks from over the past that played in the Big Ten, right?
Okay.
Or at least I've watched play in different conferences. I think it's like they took a whole bunch of quarterbacks and stuffed their name all together.
Amalgamation of a lot of names.
So that was kind of cool. From everybody that I read that are Iowa scribes, this is like the best performance they've seen in a practice by a quarterback since 2005 or Brad Banks 2002.
Brad Banks?
Wow, that's crazy, man.
Yeah. So like, what was what's his name? The grandson of the Chargers.
Was it Stan
Beathard?
Oh, Beathard. CJ Beathard, right? Who had a great one. But so they should be excited. Listen, I went back and I looked. They had like a 7.5 win total in like 24, 7.5 win total in 25. There was 7.5 win total like every year, it seems like, because people know they're going to roll out with a good defense. Even though they have a new special teams coach, they still have the same head coach. They're going to roll out with a good special teams, and they're going to win 8 games. That's mostly what we think. So
always,
yeah. My wife is saying that it's her birthday tonight, so we're going to dinner. And so ask your last question because
one more.
She's giving me this thing that we got to go.
I don't want you to get in trouble. Did you watch Lanterns last night?
Because Logan got a new computer, and so he was working on that. So waiting to watch it with Logan.
Okay.
So probably tonight we'll watch it. I'm excited though. I like both those actors.
Ready for Husker football to be a large plot point in this movie.
I read that. I read that on Twitter. I saw that. They got a mention of that.
I believe it. I'm watching an HBO Sunday night show and they're talking about Frank Solich.
This is the second time that's happened in a national show. It also happened in Better Call Saul.
Oh yeah.
Remember that? They're having the conversation in front of the monitors at the mall.
We had a writer on from that show, and she was the reason that happened because she is from this state. Remember our friend?
Well, yeah, she's from
the small town that Kim is from.
Was it Fairbury?
It was near there
or near Fairbury.
Yeah. All right.
So that's cool. You know, Nebraska needs to get talked about at some point.
Yeah. They have some other conversations about the state of Nebraska that paint us in a not so great light. So I look forward to conversing about it with you next.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm always a big fan of the Green Lantern Corps. So let's do it. I can't wait to watch it tonight.
All right. Yeah. Well, you said it's Chris's birthday.
Happy
Chris's birthday. Yes,
this
is our August 17th. We have that. We got married on the 14th, and her birthday's on the 17th. So we got that little back-to-back thing. So we've been going out a few times and done some stuff. Yeah,
wonderful.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, and have a good dinner tonight.
Happy birthday, Chris. Bye-bye.
Happy birthday, Chris. Bye-bye.
Yeah, get in there.
There you go. There is Michael Severe. Michael Severe Monday.
Don't want him to get in trouble.
No, I don't want him to get in trouble. Sad because I was going to ask Michael about if he heard what old Cream Puff Kurt said over the weekend.
Oh,
you hear about what old Cream Puff Kurt did? You know, Cream Puff Kurt famously from the we don't play anybody in the non-conference,
but then play them in the playoff and whoop their asses.
But that's not neither here nor there.
No, I know. I was just saying he's good in the playoff though.
But that doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. What did he say this time, John? I know what he said. But tell the audience.
Yeah, because famously Cream Puff Kurt canceled the Notre Dame series.
Sad.
He told the Hoosier, one of the 18 websites that probably now cover Indiana football.
The Hoosier, that would be, the Daily Hoosier, or was it just the Hoosier? The Hoosier.com, that's On 3. So he told On 3, Indiana's Sean Callahan.
He said, I'd like to play Notre Dame.
Oh, there you go.
They ought to come to our place twice. We'll go there once since they're not in a conference.
Oh, what does that have to do with anything?
Hey, Cream Puff Kurt, do you also know who's also not in an FBS conference?
UConn.
Indiana State.
Oh, that's true. They aren't. Yeah.
You don't have a problem playing them.
Well, that's because they just keep coming to Indiana over and over.
This is what
and over.
happens because people in the media sphere, a guy wins a national championship or a major championship, and all of a sudden they're anointed with all of this. Oh, you must be the smartest person on earth. Nothing you could say would sound ridiculous.
What do you say? People have pushed back against this. I've seen plenty of pushback against everything he said this offseason.
Well, good, because they need to push back even harder.
I think you feel like you're the only one who sees this.
I have not seen many people criticize Signetti for not scheduling in the non-conference.
John, take it from me, the podcast listener. He gets criticized for this on every podcast that I listen to that covers college football. You just need to listen to more podcasts.
No, I do not need to listen
then
to more
don't say nobody does this when I say they do. Everybody does, but you don't listen to podcasts.
Not everybody. The writers don't do it.
Which they do. I've seen plenty of critiques about this stuff. Have you really not seen any critiques?
No, I have not seen
People hate that they're not playing anybody. They were now. I feel like you were gone. Maybe it was a College World Series when the Notre Dame series got canceled. Like, that sucked. People were mad about it.
And they should be.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you.
But don't do this. Well, they don't play in the conference.
No, it's stupid. People's complaining about Notre Dame is always
this is classic deflection. He knows he doesn't have a good defense for it. So instead of defending it, he'll just try to push it off because he does know that a lot of people hate that Notre Dame is not in the conference.
Correct, including Bad Takes Doug, who always hops into our chat. Nebraska plays ACC bottom 5. Wow, march into the conference championship. They don't. First of all, they don't play in the conference championship game, Doug, except for COVID. And also, they're playing Miami this year. Miami's going to be the best team in the ACC. They played Miami last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're going to be critical of Notre Dame, you need to have strong and actual good opinions. They play the service academies. Nebraska's playing Ohio. What are we talking about?
Green.
I'd say it's way tougher to play Navy and Army than it is to play Bowling Green in Ohio. Not to make this suddenly about Notre Dame and defending the Irish. I just have never understood any of this.
I mean,
let's look at their schedule.
The Irish more often than not play a pretty good schedule.
It's a rarity when they play easy schedules. It very rarely happens. Let's go through it, shall we?
Let's face it, when you're an independent and you're scheduling a lot of teams, you're taking a chance that, some years you might be playing a Bear, the next year you might not.
All right, so we talked about Penn State earlier and how their schedule seems kind of easy, on paper. Kind of. Okay, so they play. This hand, I'm holding it up for the audience, as my right hand will be power teams. My left hand will be non-power teams.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we good? Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Rice.
Yeah.
Michigan State.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, John, these are power schools. Purdue. Okay,
Yeah.
they suck, but they're still power. North Carolina.
Yeah.
Stanford.
Yeah.
Have I said any G5s yet? G6?
No,
okay.
none.
BYU.
Yeah.
Navy. Miami.
Well, wait a minute.
Navy's not they're a G5. They're a G6. They're not a
Oh,
power conference.
yes.
Boston College. I don't believe it. SMU. Syracuse. Wow. Was that 11
That's
power
11.
opponents and one non-power?
One non-power opponent,
Doug,
yes.
like, if you don't like Notre Dame, that's totally fine. Don't say dumb stuff, though. Like, come on, man. Everybody plays teams that are at bottom of conferences. Nebraska, people get to play Nebraska, We don't say that's not fair. Ohio State gets to play Nebraska every year.
Notre Dame is not in a conference, yet will play 2 more
Oh, I said Rice. Sorry, it's 10 versus 2. 10 versus 2. My
They
bad.
will
One
play
more.
one.
My bad.
They will play one more power conference opponent than either Nebraska or Notre Dame will play this year.
Wow.
It's not a good look.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a good look.
That takes Doug. Read Matt Hayes' article in USA Today. I'm good. Gen Z hates Notre Dame. Well, then why do they keep going there to play for a great coach and Marcus Freeman? What are we talking
First of all,
about?
Gen Z, you do not have the market cornered on hating Notre Dame. That's been happening since before the World Wars.
Gen Z always wants to invent everything.
Yeah.
We invented hating the Irish.
We invented hating
Wrong.
Notre Dame.
Wrong, Nick.
No, you only reinvented hating on Jewish people.
Nice. Nick, is this true?
No.
Sad Husker fan, Josh on the soapbox. I've never understood this. I don't know why them being an independent always gets everyone's dander up.
I don't either.
I think it's cool.
How come people don't say this about UConn?
It's like because they suck. This is a tradition in a sport that has lost so many traditions over the years. I like that we have this tradition still.
Sure.
If I were to critique Notre Dame, and I will right now, I do not wish that they played 5 ACC schools every year. I think that that's annoying. I wish that they played a couple. As a scheduling agreement is a bummer. I miss them playing USC, which is USC's fault.
I do too.
I miss them playing Michigan. I miss them playing Michigan State. Now the Spartans are back on the schedule. I think Michigan's going to return to the schedule again. But it's hard for them to play other schools when they have to play 5 ACC. Now this year it's sweet. SMU, banger. Obviously Miami is going to be great.
BYU.
And that's good. Game's going to rock. And Provo, are we serious? I can't wait to watch that football game. Come on. Don't be an idiot.
Coming up in content.
What do we have?
Old guys coming back to the NFL. And we'll play a little time traveler game.
Time traveler?
Time traveler game.
Okay.
On 1620 The Zone.
look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Two things. Number one, stay
Baseball.
tuned. We're going to give you a bonus chance to qualify. Yes, not only could you qualify to go to the Oregon game on us and Woodhouse Auto Family by registering at 1620thezone.com, but you get a bonus entry by listening to The Zone, and your next chance for that bonus entry is coming up.
Oh!
Right after we do some content, which today is brought to you by the memory of Tyke Hayes at Nebraska.
It was a great month. Great month.
We have already spent some time today talking about Nebraska's new uniforms for the Washington game. But what did you think of the hat Matt Rule rocked on Saturday?
Actually, I'm more mesmerized by the puzzled look on Matt Rule's face. It's almost like he's learning of another Josh Peterson story. So this hat, it's a black hat, and it just has two bones crossing.
Yep.
The bone zone.
I mean, I get what they're doing.
Shout out. First year marriage, Nick.
But there's nothing specific to Nebraska on here, is there?
Bones, John.
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, bones. I don't know what's on the back if it says skurs or black shirts.
So I'm not criticizing it.
Show.
I'm not criticizing it, but I wonder how many people will understand what it is.
Well, Husker fans
Maybe
would.
they just think he's a pirate.
Sure, Husker fans would.
Our
but
matey.
He loves ECU.
I think this hat's terrible. I hate this hat.
Really?
It's among the worst hats. I saw people praising this hat in the media saying, this is cool and tight, in other words, to represent cool.
I'll be honest about the shape of the hat. What is that shape?
Thank you, Nick.
If I wore this to a Pittsburgh Pirates game, people would be like, "Oh, the Pirates."
Yeah, and maybe it says Nebraska on the back.
I mean, it might.
I hate this hat. I think it sucks.
It reminds me of the shape of an Elmer Fudd hat.
Yeah, it also doesn't fit on his head correct. It
doesn't.
Well,
look
that
right.
might
It's
just
goofy.
be. That just might be because maybe Matt
it's not
picked
broken
the right
in yet.
size of hat.
Yeah, I don't like it. I wish that he would have never worn it, ever. Not as bad as some of the hoodies Scott Frost wore, though.
Wow.
Sindelar, here comes hater Josh again.
Still more nice than the things you said about Guillermo del Toro during the break.
I just don't like his movies, Nick. John had many because I think that he's a weird director.
You think he's weird because he's not white?
No, that's not what I said.
I hope you're okay with this next question, Josh.
Oh, okay. Give it to me.
Von Miller is a Dallas Cowboy.
Oh!
At Josh's age, what can he realistically be doing at the table or bring to the table this season?
What do we do? We're using my age now as a negative for an NFL player?
I mean, it is up there, especially for a guy who rushes off the end.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably play like 20 snaps a game. He had 9 sacks last year. I'm excited for it. You know, it says something that he'll be the best pass rusher on the team, but I'm excited to have him. He's wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy. So cool. I hope that he gets a quarterback 10 times this season. That would make me a smiling man.
Well, he will, because I'm sure he'll walk across the field and shake hands with the opposing quarterback at least 10 times.
I hope when we play the Rams that he sacks your stupid old quarterback, who is older than me still, by the way, like 2 times. That would be fun. What do you think of them adding him? I forgot that he was on your team that won the Super Bowl.
He was back when he was good.
Hey, he had 9 sacks last year.
It's
not Thursday.
Okay, cool. Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. He's probably going to play about 20 snaps a game.
Yep.
It's not going to be, you're
gonna
not
be out
getting
there every play.
Some of those snaps are going to be his bones.
You're not getting the best version of Von Miller, the Von Miller that played for the Rams in Super Bowl.
That wasn't the
56.
best version of
Oh,
Von
it was
Miller.
absolutely the best version.
The best version was called I Am a Denver Bronco.
So
I have
we'll
18
see.
and a half sacks.
We'll see how it goes, but
Nice. Go Cowboys.
It certainly can't hurt them.
There, good take, John. Go Cowboys.
Oh, the Cowboys will do
Go
enough hurting of
Cowboys.
themselves.
Damn it, probably.
Speaking of old guys in the NFL,
but not as old as Von Miller.
Arnold Darnold, our buddy. He worked out with the Rams again on Saturday. Said Sean McVay of the timeline of a decision from Donald. I am hopeful that it will be sooner rather than later, but I also want to respect when he does feel that clarity will come. For those of you new to the bit, It's Aaron Darnold, but one time I accidentally called him Arnold Darnold.
It's not Aaron Darnold. It's Aaron Donald.
Now I can't remember what his name is
Arnold
because
Darnold.
it's been said so wrong 8 times so far in this question.
When will this happen? When Mr. Darnold come back?
Well, the GOAT, as many people call him, was just waiting to see how good. I mean, he's doing all of this not because Myles Garrett's on the team, not because this team is poised to win a Super Bowl. He wants to be there when the Ty Simpson era kicks off.
Oh, so in like 4 years is when he's rejoining the team?
And he wanted to see how great Ty Simpson would be. Answer, he's awesome. It's if we don't hear by next week, he's not coming back.
Whoa, really? You think so?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I think we will hear something this week.
I mean, I think he's going to join. I don't know if it needs to happen by the end of the. I think he's joining the team no matter what. You're probably right, though. It'll probably happen this week because this is the second preseason week.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely happening. We will know before the calendar hits September that he is on the team.
Speaking of preseason week, NFL preseason week 1 is in the books. For any reason, do you have any takeaways?
I mean, we talked about it earlier, so to step on earlier show toes, Emmett Johnson looked good. He ran really hard. It sucks how many yards were left on the field because of his idiotic teammates getting penalties. He scored a touchdown. He had another nice play where he gained 20 yards. They got called back. He looked really good. He looked like he did it at the end of his Nebraska career, which seems to be nice because the vibes after last week just seemed a little like, yeah, Camp's catching up to him. Mitch said some of those things. So he looked good. Who's the guy that Ty Simpson was throwing the ball to? That Cooper Connor, whatever his name was? He was fine. All my takes are just from the game that I watched. I didn't really see a whole lot of other stuff.
I mean, we listened to a little bit of the Broncos game. They kicked the crap out of the Falcons, but that's not really a big surprise.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, one of the bigger takeaways was how empty many of these stadiums looked. Because people are like, I'm not going to see preseason. Though my son did drive all the way to Kansas City to watch the preseason game. So
it was really? It was nice getting out of there. I was talking about it with somebody else who was behind the scenes. He was like, yeah, I'm wondering how easy it's going to be. I was like, I think it's going to be fine. And it was. It did not take very long to get out of that stadium. Thank God.
Not even half full.
Yeah, and then by the end of the game, it wasn't even a 20th full. Those are fractions, Nick.
Good job.
Thank you.
Giants QB Jackson Rippendarts Dart says he's puzzled that every time he gets hit, he is called into the blue tent and given a concussion test. Isn't that the point?
Well, we need to know. I mean,
He was on the field for like multiple seconds after he got smoked.
I don't think he's getting called into the blue tent every time he gets hit.
No. It's one where you get hit and then you lay there.
Right.
That's what they're supposed to do. No offense, Jackson, but like, get up then. And I don't want to be like, just rub some dirt on it because I think it's important that we're doing this stuff. But when you're on the field for that extended amount of time and you have a history now with this, they're going to check in on it, you know?
Yeah. And why does it bother you? What difference does it make? What else are you going to do?
He's an idiot.
You're just going to sit on the sidelines?
Did you see that play too?
No,
he
I
got
did not.
Smoked. I don't know what the tackle was doing, but it was just the old Olay defense and came around and hit him hard.
Finally.
Wow.
Let's check out the Merriam-Webster's Dictionary's Time Traveler feature, which documents words and phrases that were first included into print in the year you were born.
Oh, okay.
This was rather surprising, seeing some of the phrases that came up in 1971. Like, for example, this is perfect. Anti-elite. Anti-environmentalism.
Oh, wow.
Good on us.
What were they doing in the 70s? Oh, I know what they were doing in the 70s.
Automatic teller was first in
really?
1971.
Automatic telling machine.
Oh, man, mine has some cool ones. Are you ready for some of these, John?
Hang gliding was another one of mine.
That's a word? It's a thing.
Passive smoking. What the hell is that? I've never even heard of that.
I got auto-tune in 1997.
Gross. How about this, John? You ready? So corn maze, that fits our state. I know people might get triggered by it. F-bomb. How about this, John? Kayfabe.
Oh.
That's pretty neat. Also, channel surfing and dual energy X-ray absorptometry. Yeah, that's a cool word.
You have channel surfing,
Yeah.
I have VCR.
Whoa, I didn't realize they were around in the 70s. That's awesome.
Okay, I'm starting to be confused about some of this.
Yeah?
Because 96, like Festivus, sure, that makes sense.
Yeah, that was the one that episode aired.
Emoji is in here. Dumb phone is in here.
That's crazy. Emojis were around in 97?
We also have Deep State, Cube Farm, Vanity Card, and Persona.
Cool. But you know what we have right now, Nick?
Tell me.
The opportunity to get an opportunity to go to the Oregon-Nebraska game in Eugene in a couple of months.
All we're going to ask you to do is call Nick, be the first person to call Nick, and you tell him what's for your dinner.
Let's go. It's
And we'll
everyone's
get you
favorite
an
bit.
Extra qualification, unless you haven't already registered at 1620thezone.com. And if you haven't, you're being silly.
Mm-hmm.
But call Nick now, 402-951-1620, and tell him what's for dinner.
Awesome. And we'll do
we'll
so
get
as
you
well.
an extra qualifier so you can go see the Nebraska-Oregon game if you're selected. Brought to you by Woodhouse Auto Family and 1620 The Zone.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's
Tortillas.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I'll eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, skin them, chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, tortillas, and we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like
Tortillas.
going out to eat.
Yesterday, the wife fried some chicken.
Hell yeah.
And there's plenty left over, so we're having leftover fried chicken.
How much did she make?
Enough that there's enough left over. I didn't count the pieces, but there were many pieces.
We had our anniversary yesterday and ended up grilling and cooking steaks and a variety of other things, loaded baked taters, and some roasted broccoli. I had a 20-ounce ribeye. Awesome. I'm still full. Today, chicken bacon ranch sandwiches and friesies.
Nice.
Yeah, Nick.
Last night, a couple of our friends hosted us. They made us steaks and baked potatoes and salad.
You were not over at my house.
No. Had some scotch, and I tried port wine for the first time last night. Have you ever had port wine?
Gross. Not a fan.
I kind of liked it.
No thanks.
I don't know about tonight. I have no clue.
Who was our qualifier?
Our qualifier was Alan.
What is he having?
Pickleman's.
Oh, fun. Sandwiches. Sean writes, what's for dinner segment is underrated. I just wish Nick would put Sip's pronunciation of Abelardo's in the theme song. How did he say it?
I have it. I have the drop saved.
Remember. I can't
It's
remember.
really funny.
It was funny.
I like that idea.
It was very
If
funny.
I can pull it up quick before.
That was when Austin was filling in, right?
I believe you, Nick. I believe in you.
Yeah. What was it?
We have it as a drop?
I don't have it up.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, we did save it.
Okay, I want to hear this because I did not listen. Famously, I didn't listen to The Zone that week.
Well, famously, Sip will be on tomorrow.
I can't wait to talk to him.
And so will Farron. And so will our 25 teams who I don't know at the moment.
Illinois.
Albodaros.
Play that again.
Albodaros.
Albodaros.
All right, Nick. I
Albodaros.
believe in you. Let's see if we can insert that into the open.
But then I'll have to get rid of one of the 5 tortillas.
Tortillas. We have Brian Barnhart, the voice of the Fighting Illini.
I've worked with him before.
Nice.
Great guy.
Oh, Nick's famous
Sasquatch
Yeti.
picture.
Remember the picture when he was behind Robin?
Yep.
Yes.
That was when he worked with Brian.
Yes.
So still to come, we have LSU on Wednesday. Looks like Nick has Rutgers booked for next Monday. And so 6 other shows remain.
We are at
including Wednesday.
Including Wednesday.
We are at the stretch.
No,
of
including Thursday and Friday this week.
We are at the stretch of 25 teams where it's hard to book at the end because these are all people that ignored me before.
Because we still haven't talked about like national title contenders: Notre Dame, Texas.
How can you find anybody for Texas, man? Texas got everybody.
Ohio State.
Not that I'm not finding them; it's that they're not getting back to me.
Wait, Gary Dolphin?
Tim May.
What about Tim May?
Well,
would
I
be
mean,
easy.
I'm
What
gonna
about Gary
book.
Dolphin?
I'll book.
We could have my friend Doug Maurice on the show. That guy's rocks.
We're gonna
crap on the SEC. He'd probably ban him.
We're gonna do Iowa on Friday. That's gonna be the last
next
one.
Friday.
Yes.
Gary Dolphin. Gary Dolphin always comes on. He's like pretending to be nice about Nebraska, and then he's like, "And then we beat you every year."
He always texts me back because I'm an Iowa boy. I have an Iowa number.
Pedro writes, "Hi guys, happy anniversary, Josh and your lovely wife. I will have a beer in your honor." Wow, that's awesome. I hope everybody has a beer tonight in my honor.
Yeah.
Abedaros.
What if I have a beer to dishonor you?
Wow, that would be wild.
By the way, I didn't get a chance to comment on this last week, but I was reminded of it because an Iowa fan decided to have some fun with it. You were mentioning how, Gary Dolphin, an Iowa fan tweeted out, yeah, you know why Nebraska only had 4 guys on the floor against the Hawkeyes at the end of the game? Because they were doing it not to offend Jaden Daniels.
That's good.
That might be one of the dumbest things I've seen all year.
That is one of the dumbest things.
Yes,
there's been dumber.
I mean, it's pretty bad.
No, I'm not talking about the 5 men or 4 men on the floor.
Yeah, no, I know
I'm
what you're
talking
talking
about.
about.
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Really? It's not your number.
It's not your number to tell.
And it ain't going to be on the numbers Mount Rushmore either.
Bye!